Okay, good morning. In the interest of time, I've got 10:03. I want to get started so we can keep on track. I'm Donna Carlin. I'm an assistant director in the Workforce Academic Affairs and Research Division and work with community colleges, and I'm over the Perkins grant. A little bit of housekeeping. The restrooms are, if you go out, there's two doors. Here's an exit, and then at the very back of the room is an exit. Halfway down the hall are the restrooms. So there's a sign, so you really can't miss it. We will have lunch when we break for lunch brought into the room. There's coffee here and water if at any time you need to get up and get something to drink. Or down the hall we do have soft drinks, but you have to have like a little cart. I don't know if visitors can purchase soft drinks. You can put money in. Okay, so that's down at the very, very end, right when you come into the building. To your immediate left, we have a big break room with vending machines and such. We have a number of new coordinating board staff, and I've asked, and some people will be coming and going. I've asked, especially if the program directors for the coordinating board are advisors for your grants, to come down for that part of the presentation. But for the people that are here now that are CB staff, I'm going to ask each of them to introduce themselves and give it just a little brief intro about what you do here.
Well, most of y'all know me. I'm Gary Tarmerlin. I've probably either, as I said, know you or talked to you on the phone, but I'm Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Community and Technical Colleges, and basically my job is to do what Donna tells me is really and truly what I think I do. But basically, everything community college, I'm involved in it in some shape, form, or fashion. I may not directly do it, but I have some knowledge of it. Glad y'all are here today.
And I'm Mindy Nobles. I am at the coordinating board these past 3 months. I'm a program director working in the Perkins area and in various community and technical college projects. I come from a community and technical college background, formerly with Northeast Texas Community College, Kilgore College, and TSTC Marshall all those years ago when it was a startup. So I've been looking forward all week to these presentations. I'll sit down and shut up so we can get going. I'm just glad to meet y'all and glad to be here.
I'm Elizabeth Steele. A new program director here with the coordinating board college, and I was with El Paso Community College for the last 10 years, and project director for the Texas Gen.
And this is her first week.
And I'm Rhonda Hernandez. I'm an admin assistant.
And I really briefly want to say a few words about Perkins. That and this is probably just a refresher for some of you. 10% of the total allocations of Perkins funding can be used for Perkins State Leadership Grants, and these are projects that are awarded on a competitive basis. I'm sure you all remember submitting your applications. Projects must have a focus on career and technical education improvement initiatives that have a statewide impact. This grant year, there are 9 projects funded, and there are representatives from each of those grants here. We ask that grantees come in once a year to do this presentation. This is being broadcast, and I sent a link out to all the Perkins contacts at each institution to tell them about this today, and I sent the agenda, so if there's any particular projects that they're interested in, they can certainly listen in on it and watch it. and the day will be archived so that people that can't watch it because they're in registration, I've been hearing about that, can watch it later. At the end of the day, we'll have some time for discussion, and we can talk about, I've had a little bit of feedback that this is the first week of classes for some schools, so maybe this isn't the best timing. Other times we've had it in the fall, which is maybe too soon for some of the projects that are just getting started, and also the end of the semester we run into. So I'd like your feedback at the end of the day about when is the best time. And we used to have you come in twice a year, once at the beginning and once at the end of the project. In lieu of that, now we are asking that you submit an application to do a presentation at one of the statewide conferences like TACTI that's in this spring, and a lot of you did that last year, and your applications were accepted, and I think that was a really good way of providing the statewide information that's needed for Perkins and for this grant. If some of you, let's say that your application is not accepted, we can talk about other ways of providing that statewide information, or perhaps there's a better conference in which to do that you want to talk to me. If you can just catch me or talk to me later or call me, and that's fine too. But we know that the spring TACTI, I always forget if it's TCCIL or TACTI that's in TACTI spring. Okay, so. We think that that's really a good forum for you to get that information out there. So that's just a reminder. I sent the application in one of my communications before the holiday. So just look at that and you'll find it. I believe it's due February 14th. Okay, good. Thank you. And a couple of other things about Perkins. I was on a conference call yesterday with state directors of Perkins, and there is some effort in Congress to restore the sequestration cuts that occurred last spring, and I believe that'll bring us up about 8.7% more. That will be restored to the Perkins funding. I believe that's been voted out favorably, but it's not completely, it's not complete that I can announce that funding has been restored, but we should know in about 3 days. And that's, that goes back into the basic funding. So I try to talk about this every chance I get. Perkins is due for reauthorization. OVE, or the Office of Vocational and Adult Education for the U.S. Department of Education, and there are efforts to change the name of that to Career, Technical, and Adult Education. But their blueprint for the reauthorization of Perkins is out. It can be found on a link that's www.ed.gov/OVE or OVAE. You have to click on Career and Technical Education to get to that. And it's a document called Investing in America's Future, Transforming Career and Technical Education. But some of the basic components or tenets of that blueprint are really important because they're very different. And I'll very briefly talk to you. You may have heard this before because, like I said, I try to talk about it as much as I can so that people know what could be coming and what the blueprint is that Congress will be considering. The blueprint says that states would be empowered to identify the in-demand occupations and high-growth industry sectors on which CTE programs should focus. Funding would be awarded to consortia that consists of secondary, post-secondary, and business and industry, and possibly based on programs of study. We'll be hearing later about the efforts for one of the grants in that area. Also, a private sector match would be required, approximately 25%. And here, this is the big one, within state competition to distribute funds to consortia. Right now, as you know, the funds are awarded on a formula basis. So every community college gets Perkins funds. So the change would be that we would have, just like we do for leadership, applications would be submitted, we'd select the best ones, and the funding would go on a competitive basis. So I have watched, there have been 2 hearings, there have, in the House, there's been a lot of pushback on the competition aspect of it. So, again, just trying to get the word out of what is in that blueprint. If you have a chance, I encourage you to look at it. It's not a really long document. It's pretty easy to read. So, with that said, I think that we can go ahead and get started. We are first up. The other thing is, some of you did send your PowerPoints in advance. We have them loaded and are ready to go. If some of you want to go to the computer and work your own slides, you can do that. We have Elizabeth, who also is ready to go to assist in that way. So we have a little bit different setup this time, I know, with the staff on this side, and y'all are there. So do what it takes for you to be as comfortable as you can for your presentation. We are going to start with the Texas Genuine Project. This is El Paso Community College, and Al Lawrence will be doing the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Dr. Grants, the El Paso Community Project Director.
I'm going back upstairs, okay?
The program evaluated. An overview of the parcel. Of this project.
Al, I'm going to have to interrupt for 1 second. If you stand, use your microphone, and if you stand, you need to use that so that it can be picked up for the broadcast.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Does that work? As far as we know?
Well, too much of a difference is the thing. Hello, is this better?
Come over there.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. We've always had good ex officio advisory group from the coordinating board, Donna and Jose, and now Elizabeth Steele. And we've also had advisory members from the TEA, which is also very helpful for the overall project, because this project, as you all know, serves not just the colleges, but the high schools as we're bringing our students in and getting them into the colleges. We've started off with the whole advisory group, and the major advisory group from the state of Texas. We've tried to make it representative from the very beginning. The membership has changed some, but the advisory group is currently, as stated on the slide. I won't read those, but I guess the folks that out in the colleges can contact us if they need to see that advisory group meeting. But we have representatives from all over the state of Texas, from all the colleges. We've always tried to make it a representative project. And there's a depiction of the representation of the project statewide. And of course, the keystone of the thing is the texasgenuine.org, our website. We've began the whole project on the basis of research, and we developed the Texas Genuine co-branding label on the basis of research, and we've all brought it forward, and many colleges are responding to it and utilizing it in their in their promotions. Our goals for 2013-2014, continue the web maintenance and enhancements, secure the website management, and support the advisory group. In continuing the web maintenance, the renewed contract, we renewed our contract with GoDaddy for the web domain and hosting. Trying to find a comfortable place to do this, I'm sorry. We renewed our contract with GoDaddy for web domain and hosting. The EPCC IT updated and refreshed our homepage. Currently now we have moved the website maintenance over to EPCC, and we're looking at alternatives right now. But the part of it out there is hosted with GoDaddy for the next 5 years. I think we extended that contract. We also contracted IT hours to reprogram and simplify our career assessment program. We had a career assessment program, and we've reviewed that, and we worked on it. Jose worked on that. Elizabeth and I worked on that, and we wanted it simple. We wanted it so simple that students could pick it up and do it on their iPhone, and we think it is that simple now. So it's short and very concise. In securing the website management, which was one of our other goals, we've contracted consulting training for the website with the original Interact company for a few hours to help us establish the website and maintain it. We've begun to look at social media, coordinated, maintained. Under the project, we use a graduate student working out of my office, working for me, trying to develop a social media program. I don't know where y'all are at your colleges, but we're all trying to figure out, or at least we are, trying to figure out social media and how we utilize that, how we make that work for us in colleges. We utilize Facebook, we utilize Twitter. We get some response from that. We're trying to figure out how to get more response from that. We just tweeted the announcement of the new assessment piece just a few days ago, and we'll look at a slide on that. We're looking at maintaining the website at APCC with a dedicated server, as I said. Some of the other management options we're looking at, I'm looking at engaging a graduate student as a part-time webmaster working for me out of my office, supported indirectly by our IT offices to help us do some of the fine touches to the web page, to develop some other pieces to it, to make some changes to it. We need to update some of our statistics in it. Career salaries, for example, are about 3 years old now, and we know that those have gone up some. We are looking at subgranting to other institutions within the Texas Association of Community College Marketers. The concept with the Texas Association of Community College Marketers, which we helped start last year, was that they would help market our Texas Genuine website and eventually help support it. I'm not sure that it's possible for them to totally support the maintenance of it long term. I think we're going to have to depend on the coordinating board to help us some with that. But they can, and certainly that is the expertise. Some of y'all may represent some of those areas from your colleges in here, but that is certainly the expertise that they can help us market the Texas Genuine and get the word out there so that our students can use the website, so that our faculty, counselors can use the website, and so forth. We're also looking at subgranting photography for some more resource materials, some more photographs at our website, which we upload in the resources page. We have a little bit of money this year that we'll contract with colleges that are in that TACM group. We'll put out a little RFP and pay for some more videos so that you can get special videos. If some of y'all are interested in a particular program being emphasized that we haven't before emphasized, let us know so that, or let me know so that we can add that to our list. We continue coordination with the TACM and the coordinating board for the promotion of the Texas Genuine website. One of the early on promotions and support for the website was that the coordinating board staff made it a requirement when you use your Perkins money for promotion to use that label. Many of us use it as part of a double logo on our own email. Coordinating board does. I do. Other colleges use it. I've seen it from Dallas and some other colleges as well. This is a little bit harder to read, and we're just now learning how to read this and how to interpret this, but we're in the beginning phase of it. As I said, we're trying to figure out how to deal with Facebook and how to put it out there and see responses to it. Texas Genuine has gained 44 likes on Facebook, which is not a tremendous amount. But we figured out that we can produce reports out of Facebook, and we want to utilize that in order to pinpoint where likes are coming from, so we can sort of drive that as a measured marketing tool. We have made Facebook announcements around different areas like Nursing Week, spotlighted different career and technical education kind of things, spotlighting, tying back to our programs, Nursing Week, and tying that back to nursing programs, allied health programs, and that sort of thing. And that's just another analytic or a listing of some of the Facebook announcements that we put out. The last one was announcing the Texas assessment piece, or the career assessment piece. Support the advisory group was one of our other goals. Supporting the advisory group continues to lead. The advisory group continues to lead and liaison for the state, ensuring our CTE recognition throughout the colleges. The importance early on of having colleges from all over the state representative in the group and in the planning of the project was that so that we would have total college buy-in. We still don't have total college buy-in, I don't think, but we're working on it. And I think that more and more of us pick up the Texas Genuine and use it. More of us will want to use it. So we're looking forward to that, and we're getting some of that. Presentations at various groups. We're not doing quite as many presentations as we used to do. It got to be a lot. But many of the advisory groups will make a presentation at one of the CTE programs and so forth. And some more presentations are happening from the marketing group, from the TACM group, as they're picking up the marketing. The advisory group actually met in November to discuss the initiative, ensure the project is on track. The meeting included TACM members building on a partnership. The TACM membership met, it's a forming group, and they met the day before talking about their goals and objectives and how they could support Texas Genuine. And then some of the key members from that, 5, I think, of the board officers of the TACM group came to our advisory group to participate in that on the following day. We announced the new career assessment on Texas Genuine website. This was a social media announcement, a social media post. The new career assessment on Texas Genuine website, another social media post. And this was a Twitter post on the career assessment piece. We've developed the new assessment. We've done some enhancements and refinement to the landing page. But you go into the overall website and you find a place where it says, look at your future. And you find this. This is Find Your Future, the Texas Genuine Assessment. It's broken down into, I think, 6 pages. A listing of a listing of several that you enjoy, you are good at, you can do, activities you can do, qualities that you think best describe you, what qualities others think about you, and others found interesting, or subjects that you found interesting in school, subjects that you liked in school. And that's it. It's pretty short, it's pretty concise, and again, if you really have the will, you can do it on your iPhone. I don't have the eyes to do it on my iPhone, but many of our students do, and they will. It asks you to show your results. It gives you ties back to the original ones, ties back to the Texas Genuine, and we'll look at it in the website in just a second. This is just captured pictures. You can also send it to yourself so that you have a printable copy of it in your email. We don't keep any track of the records on it. But that's the new assessment piece, and again, we'll look at that in just a second live. Other kinds of things that we're trying to look at are the analytics. This is some of the analytics summary out of the website itself, and again, we're trying to build the documentation and figure out when and where hits happen to the website. Over the last 12 months, there were 12,612 visits to the website. Some of the top categories of visits from the website by city. The most visits came from Austin, 741, Houston, 693, and El Paso, 599. I need to talk to our career counselors about that. We should be number one. By device type. And this was interesting in developing the career assessment piece. 10,390 from the desktop, but there's another 1,368 from mobile and 854 from tablet. And tablets are pretty mobile these days too. The mobile devices, iPad 769, iPhone 630. The browsers used, Internet Explorer and Safari. Safari is probably out of the Apple and Chrome. So those are kind of numbers that we were looking at when we made the career assessment. People are using their iPhones. We have the continuing resources page. You can now log in and get that. We have the website. We have program career videos featuring students, of course. We have the social media that we're trying to develop more and more of. An example of one of the, last year we gave out some money to regions to help promote the program. The full color poster created by Region 7, they utilized that with the Texas Genuine logo on it. We developed a calendar, and I have some of those I'll pass around. We co-logoed these. We co-logo a lot of things at El Paso Community College. This is the front of the calendar. This is an idea that came from Ms. Steele, and she came back from Italy. An Italian-based calendar. Our students love it. That's the front of it, and this is the back of it. It's got all the places that you need to go to find out more about Texas Genuine, career opportunities, applying for college, paying for colleges, all of those kinds of things. These are some examples of some of the billboards that we use at El Paso Community College. Again, co-logoing. That's just a collage of several that we use. Firefighting, child development, criminal justice. Victoria College is a big user of the Texas Genuine. They're also the leadership in the TACM program, but they used this in their career newsletter. Dallas County Community College was using it and still using it in their catalog. We were using it with the Army. Fort Bliss is a big factor in the community in El Paso. We tie in with the Army a lot. We were using it to brag about our nursing rate a little bit. We were pretty proud that we had a 92% pass rate. And of course, child development. I was told in developing PowerPoint slides always end with a child or an animal. So. Let me take you to the. Actually, maybe I can't do this too well. Can you do this, Ms. Steele? Let me take you to the website for just a second, and we'll go through a quick view of the assessment piece. We're really excited about the assessment. We spent a lot of hours working on it, and so did the coordinating board. Jose spent a good amount of time looking at the different factors as they went into that piece. This is the look of the new, improved, we think, more concise website. If you remember the website in the early days, we had a lot more verbiage up there. Well, our students aren't reading all that stuff. We had to put that up there in the first part of the grant because part of it's kind of a disclaimer and more credits to the coordinating board and so forth. But now we can start downplaying that a little bit, make it more concise, and that's what we're trying to do with the whole website and the whole project, is make everything more concise so that people will use it. We have two new buttons. One is we've renamed the buttons a little bit. Got 60 Seconds is the old one that we've always had there. That runs a slide, the movie project that you probably, some of you may have seen before. Hopefully you've been in there and seen it. Hopefully y'all are using it. The new one, Find Your Future. Let's go ahead and hit that one and go through it. This one brings you back to the slide that I showed you on the web projection just a second ago. We do have a disclaimer in there that, this is just for brief career exploration. This is not going to give you your whole lifetime what I want to be when I grow up, but it will give you some directions to think about. We don't want people thinking that, yeah, I've got to be an accountant because this says so. So if we push the button Start Now, it brings us to the first page. And we get a selection of activities that you enjoy. Let's just briefly hit one. Hands-on learning, organizing activities, sounds like another good one. Hit next. Why don't we, analyzing data, working under pressure at the very bottom. Hit next. Anticipating needs and prepare for them, things that you can do. Respect rules and regulations. Hit next. The next page, qualities that you think best describe you. Well, I'm community-minded. And I'm also slow to anger, down at the very bottom. Actually, it's true. Next. Others think about you. Collaborative and patient. Next. Okay. Things that I found interesting in school. Communication and accounting. Next. Art and graphic design, subjects that I liked in school. Art and graphic design, information technology. Next. All right, we've completed it in just a few minutes. Show me the results. It brings up hospitality and tourism, ties back to the 16 clusters. We know that. Students don't care about that. They don't care what the 16 clusters are. But it ties back to some things that I might want to look at and explore. We can hit the top one, hospitality and tourism. Brings us back into our website. If y'all have played with the website before, this is in the majority part of the website. This is the salary piece that I need to update that I was telling you about a minute ago. But this brings us into the hospitality and tourism jobs. And we can pick one to find out more about it. Food services manager, for example. And we can see something on the educational requirements for it. We can also pick another one. Or we can go backwards. Okay, we've looked at a career. Now can we go to find the programs?
Yeah.
Okay, the supporting programs. Cooking and related culinary arts in general. That should bring us back over to the middle, the orange one for finding programs. This is one of our videos, and we can look at, okay, list all the colleges that have have this program. So I can just keep going, list, and then I can find the culinary programs. Well, they actually have one in El Paso. I can stay in El Paso. Say they didn't have one in El Paso, and I said, well, gee, I've got to go all across the state. I think I'll go to Lee College. So we hit Lee College to see what that program looks like. And that gives us the landing page for Lee College. And then from there, we can explore their culinary program. Hopefully they got their things up to date. The other part is we're all dependent on each other to keep our own connections there up to date. Right. Okay. Well, that's the career assessment piece in a nutshell. I think it's pretty slick.
I have a question.
Yes.
I actually went to it and used it and found reference to our biotech program at Austin Community College. Fantastic. I'm curious. So when the students go through in the addendum, what was the rubric or what was your source of likes, dislikes into career?
It started off with a much bigger one that was developed.
It was adapted from they came up with that working with the
And just a reminder to press your button when you ask a question so it can be picked up by the broadcast. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Steele. But yes, it is on the landing page. I'd forgotten that. At the very bottom.
Because I think it's important when teachers use this that they understand what the source is for how this was determined.
Right. And we were very careful as we were bringing it down to try to keep it in proportion so that it didn't, there were a whole lot more choices. In other words, you could choose a lot of different choices. But in the streamlining, we tried to keep it proportionally same so that it wouldn't get distorted. But again, it's still a guide.
Al, I noticed that it was really quick when the results came up. Is that pretty typical? You know, you selected probably just two things in each area.
I haven't tried if you chose them all on each one, if that would take longer, but I don't think so.
program. Top three, no matter what.
Yeah.
The top three. So it should automatically, whether you.
Right. But that is an excellent question, too. The documentation on it's important. I was making a presentation yesterday morning in our own faculty development, and I made the same Texas Genuine presentation to our faculty development for the past 3 years, I think. And every time I'm trying to get counselors in and trying to get our CTE folks in, and I get half a dozen. Yesterday I had 20. I was really excited to get so many in, but they were all interested in using that and utilizing that as a quick reference for their students to get some of the line out of their counseling offices, just to help the students a little bit.
Thank you so much, Al. I need to keep us on track, and everyone will be here all day. So if you have additional questions for the presenters, if we don't get a chance to get to them, and I used to build in 5 minutes between each presenter, but I didn't do that this time because we had more grants. We've been joined by a few more CB staff that I'd like them to introduce themselves before they leave. And tell us who you are and what you do. And Dwayne, too.
Oh, I even have a little.
Yeah.
Is that for me?
Yeah. It's a flash drive.
Back over here. I'm sorry. Some of you I've met before, I know. Linnea, good to see you again. I'm Rex Peebles. I'm the new for a month now, Assistant Commissioner for Workforce, Academic Affairs, and Research at the Coordinating Board. So good to have all of you here.
Thanks, Rex. And Weckham Guru, as you know. Okay, to move along, we next have Navarro College presenting NPower modules providing opportunities for education readiness. Again, please use your mic when you present, and if there's any questions, use your mic as well. We have Judy Cutting and Matt Miller.
Check 1, 2. There we go. There's a clicker in the mic.
Good deal. Oh, I'm going to have to be coordinated for this. We may be in trouble. Okay. We are still a fairly new grant recipient, so we're going to start this presentation out with a little bit of history. This project is Empower Texas, and it's modules preparing. I'm sorry, I cannot read without my glasses. Modules providing opportunities for workforce education readiness. Okay, so the title's a little bit different than what is on your schedule. And the whole idea behind this was counselors we talked to both at the high schools and the college level just really didn't know what to do with workforce education. So we wanted to provide them an accessible opportunity for professional development to help them help their students. And so in the 2012-2000 budget year, we were funded to start this project, and the deliverables were 6 modules, which you were given a jump drive that says Empower Texas on it, and that has the 6 modules on there. Please take it, look at it at your leisure, but we invite feedback. This is one of our tools for disseminating this information statewide, and we are still looking at those first six modules. Even though they're there in their entirety, we're always looking for ways to improve the project. But in the current year, because we were funded for a second year, what we're doing is adding a 7th module, and we'll talk more about that in just a moment. And we're also ramping up dissemination statewide to make this something that's usable. I think it was good that we followed Texas Genuine, because one of the things that evolved as we were putting these modules together is this e-course has become also a toolbox. And so Texas Genuine is included in one of the modules, and these different platforms that we found, like Texas Genuine, a counselor can easily go to these modules and find their way to any of these platforms that are so helpful and usable. And so Texas Genuine early on was an area that we partnered with and included. But once finalized, these modules, they actually do reside on the Texas network, You'll hear in a minute, though, we're working out some kinks because nothing ever goes exactly as planned. But we do have the 6 modules, and we talked about these conceptually at our meeting a year ago, November or December, and gave you the learning outcomes, which we'll review in just a moment. But just to kind of give you a timeline. So November or December of 2012, we gave our initial report. Then in February of 13, we attended the Education Open Source Conference to just kind of raise awareness of what we were doing. March of 13, we actually presented to the Navarro College President's Advisory Committee and got some feedback from community members there. Then April of 2013, we initially presented modules to the counselors and administrators from the area high schools attending our annual education summit, and elicited their support for the project. May of 2013, we gave a presentation. Actually, that would have been April of 2013. We gave a presentation at TACT and got some good feedback from colleagues there. And then October of 13, we actually had a table set up at TCCIL, giving out these flash drives and raising awareness, collecting response cards to those who took the flash drives. And then November of 13, we had a table set up at Texas Counselor Association annual meeting down in San Antonio. So we think we're doing a good job as far as getting the Empower name out there. And we'll talk a little bit more about some things that we're doing to get the feedback that we need. As I mentioned, when we presented last year, we gave you our learning outcomes, and I won't belabor that point, but, you know, Module 1 talks about the purpose of career and technical education. Module 2, components of career and technical education programs. Module 3 is identifying the programs available via the local community college. Module 4 is advising career and technical education students. And I do want to point out, in addition to linking to Texas Genuine, we also have Reality Check there. And so now Reality Check is available whether you have the resources to offer it face-to-face or not. Those students can take advantage of what's available through Reality Check. We also talk about Carl Perkins Career Center services. As we know, the Career Center services are set up differently depending on what college you go to. So we've worked with the different colleges to compile a resource list of who you contact depending on what college you're planning on going to. And we feel like the high school counselors will find that very helpful. And then Module 6, becoming a college student. Well, when it came time to apply for this year's Perkins Leadership Grant, we realized that we had left something out in these modules. So we applied to be refunded and to add a Module 7, becoming an employee. And so here are our learning outcomes. And so upon successful completion, we want the learner to demonstrate an understanding of the resources and tools available to guide students in creating an effective resume. We want to help them with resources to set up what they need to conduct mock interviews. We want to give them the tools to help their students learn how to find employment opportunities. And then we also want to give them tools to help them prepare their students for employment, such as Dress for Success. Something that isn't talked about much, but in an advisory meeting with our John Deere group at Navarro College, the managers from the dealerships were talking about they don't know how to budget their money. You know, and so we thought, okay, let's include a financial literacy component because that seems to be a gap in all of our program areas. The soft skills, we hear it all the time, showing up on time, attending to your work, not texting, things like that. And then other behaviors desired by employers. So that is coming soon. We're excited about it. There are some issues that we are currently addressing. Those of you who were here for the last meeting at the co-board met a spark of enthusiasm, Laura Palmquist, and she actually is now living in this area And she has a law degree, so her parents are excited that she's actually using that law degree now. But while we had her to manage this project, she was just fantastic. And so she's set the bar high, but we are confident that we will find a replacement for her. In the meantime, Matt and I are taking care of things. So, but anyway, but you can see, we still see the value in this. We're still excited about it. Laura leaving did not mean this is dead in the water. We're still continuing to make progress. And so we are also looking for a curriculum developer to assist in pulling things together for Module 7. But again, that's not sitting still. We already know of some resources available that we're pulling in together to make that happen. And then I mentioned earlier the course residing on the Texas network. There are some technical issues that Matt is working with Texas Network on. He'll talk about that a little bit more in his presentation. But what we would like to do now is Matt, who has actually been the graphic designer putting this stuff together. When we were here the last time, we kind of conceptually showed you what this was going to look like, but we would like now just to show you a few of the items in the modules just to kind of give you a feel. But again, please take that flash drive that we've given you and spend more time in it, and please, please, please give us feedback. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Judy. Appreciate it. And thank you, everyone. On the flash drive also, we do have a README file that sort of tells you how to log into the Texas Network site, as well as the modules do reside on this. So the thing that we wanted to try to do whenever we developed this e-course was emphasize portability. You know, you can, as long as you have an internet connection or whatever, you can actually access the course from a flash drive or from a website, that kind of thing. On the README file that is on this little flash drive, and by the way, some of you have the little round ones and some of you have the little flat ones. You may be able to talk Judy out of some of these little round ones if you want. These seem to be the most popular, at least all the shows we've been to, or the different conferences. The thing I was wanting to emphasize on that README file, though, is there is a link to a survey where you can go and put your feedback in there. So we really are still looking for feedback, as I'll show you in just a moment. Some of the changes actually to the curriculum. You know, we had Christine Holacek from Region 12. She was very instrumental in providing us the curriculum for this particular e-course. However, as the year went on and as we attended conferences, every conference we went to, we also solicited feedback through comment cards from area or just statewide high school career and technical faculty and staff and professionals, as well as higher ed folks as well. So we've been trying to get this information. In fact, one of the modules I'll show you here really quickly addresses specifically one of the things that was brought up in one of the conferences and open discussions. So it is, as Judy said, a project that we're still very excited about. There are some kinks we are working out with right now with the Texas Network to try to determine, you know, kind of what will make this e-course really flow without a lot of technical issues, I guess is the thing. I have found that Internet Explorer does seem to work best with this. So with that, I'll just go ahead and show you very quickly a couple of the modules. Last year, you may remember we had Lesson 1 sort of plugged in, so you can go through each area here by clicking over here to the left, or you can go down and just go from page to page this way. As you go through the module, we wanted it to be digestible. Again, the purpose here isn't passing or failing the course, okay? The purpose here is to provide career and technical advisors and counselors with the tools that they need to be able to advise students. So that's really our purpose here. We put it in a course format just to make sure that the information not only is digestible, but also that you can give back and interact with the module. We think it's more interesting that way, and so that's why we made it that way. So anyway, you can kind of go through. It's, again, not a huge read when you go through each particular module. We did also place different videos in the course as well. Some of them we created ourselves, and others we got from national, like CTE.org and some of the national career and technical organizations out there. We also did, as Judy mentioned, try to showcase a lot of the statewide initiatives like Texas Genuine, Generation Tex, Achieve Texas, Texas Reality Check, all of those things. One of the things we tried to not do, though, is to make it link heavy. In other words, when if you're a counselor and advisor, you're in the course, we don't want you going and linking to all these different areas and get away from the course. We want to be able to provide that information so you'll have it, and then you can get to it at your own will, or whenever you want to, or whenever you need it. You don't have to divert from the course to get there. Another thing we tried to do as well in creating not only the videos and using the videos was to keep it as generic or as universal as possible. And what do I mean by that? Well, over time, obviously, information is going to change. If you say that, last year something happened, well, 5 years down the road, that's 5 years ago now. So we want to try to make it as generic as possible, again, to sort of keep the shelf life as long as we can without having to make updates. Now, in Judy and I, in our conversation, I'm committed to making those updates as they occur. So as long as I'm around, we'll try to make sure that is still up to date. So that's part of our ongoing planning for that. But one of the things I was going to mention to you was the actual changing the stereotypes about CTE. This was actually a direct result of some of the feedback we received from one of our career and technical professionals. We kind of devoted a whole section of myths and stereotypes of what the CTE student might face. For example, you can look through some of these here as you go through it. Like myth number 1 here, career and technical education is designed for students who do not want to attend college. And then we go through and tell you what the reality is for each of these myths. And we have several of these in there. So try to break down the myths. And that, we even discovered in our conversations with a lot of the high school counselors that, some of them were like, we even had these myths and stereotypes, as we started it, the difference between a kid taking shop, versus a kid pursuing some kind of academic pursuit. And so the idea was to try to break down those walls a little bit. The myth that it's just for boys, or the myth that it's for people who, are just interested in voc ed. Again, you can see, and backed up with the research and some facts there, how those myths can be dispelled. As each module is concluded, by the way, we do have a reference page for each module as well. And so you can go through each lesson activity. And you see I'm kind of skipping around, but if you'll notice over here on the left that it's actually checking as I go. Okay, that way I can jump in and jump out wherever I want to. Okay, now I do recommend kind of sticking with a particular flow, because we've kind of developed the curriculum to flow a certain way, and then as you go through it, there will also intersperse questions for you as well. If you look down in the lower left, the other lower right there, you'll see a score for each module. Okay, so as you go through, you'll achieve X number of how many points or whatever. At the conclusion of each module, you also can print out a certificate for that, and then once you conclude the project altogether, when you get down past module 6, there's also a way which you can print out a certificate and submit your information as well. So with that, I'll entertain any questions that you may have right now. Yes.
When do you think it's going to be finished?
That's a very good question. We hope very, very soon. Again, with the first part of the module, and maybe I'll defer to Judy on this. She has kind of the timeline down, but it has been kind of an ongoing process with that, and losing Laura, unfortunately, has sort of caused a little bit of concern to try to keep us on track. But I think we are dedicated to this, and I think we'll try to get it out as soon as we can. Judy, you want to address more firm?
Sure. I mean, that is something that we're looking at right now, trying to come up with a reasonable time, because my thing is I get optimistic and what I want to do is be sure that we're going to be submitting an update to you guys as far as timelines go, and I want to be sure that what we put on that update is something we can deliver on. So that was just a bunch of nothing, but really what I'm saying is we are hoping that by the time we get to TACT to present there, that we have got something that is in a final form, and then it's just a matter of updating as things change.
Yeah, and and honestly,
Is your mic on?
The light's on.
Okay.
Okay.
is anyone home? No, sorry.
That I can't answer.
No, the question, I'm kidding. I'm playing with no, but one of the things, too, when we did distribute these, we did have a survey on there, and we did distribute a lot of these. In fact, we've had to reorder these as well. Unfortunately, on the actual survey results, we haven't received a lot of feedback on the surveys yet. So that is something we do hope we can remedy. We certainly are looking to you as well for your input as career technical professionals and folks in the community college area.
Well, and Matt, if I can add something there, we have response cards because anybody that we gave a flash drive to filled out a response card that gave us an email address, a phone number, a way to contact them. Mm-hmm. So one of the first things the new project manager is going to be doing is following up on those response cards, saying, what did you think? And just have a series of simple questions where they can give us feedback. But it'll also bring it back to their attention if that flash drive is sitting there and, they got back and got busy. So that's a priority.
Yeah. All right.
I was just curious about updates. So is it like a schedule for updates? And let's say, so then that would make a person's flash drive obsolete, correct? Is there going to be a way to update that or gain that?
Actually, the flash drive was a way to put it in their hands until it's residing and active on the Texas network. And we're kind of in transition there. It is on the Texas network, but there's some bugs. So, but this gave us something to put in their hands. Yeah, during the transition time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, like I said, it is portable right now, and that's the thing. But yeah, eventually what it'll be is we'll have it on the Texas network. It'll be there. Any updates will be made. Will be worked through that. When we do make the updates, we're actually using a product called Soft Chalk. I don't know if anyone's familiar with this, but it's a great little lesson builder tool. You can also build e-courses with it through our partnership with the Virtual College of Texas. All the participating community colleges are able to actually have access to this. Well, now, as you know, Soft Chalk resides in the cloud, so you build everything out there, and then you can download it as a zip file and upload it to a website. So that's kind of where it is. So the updates, as they're made, can be made and distributed that way. Also, you can download it as a portable type course as well. So that's a very good question.
And I really appreciate your efforts to get the word out there and get feedback. I know I've attended some of your presentations, and y'all have done a great job. My question is, because we have over 1,000 high schools in the state, how will the word get out there to them?
Well, we've already been at Texas Council. San Antonio. And so we're using Texas. And giving them the tour.
Also at the CTAC conference, I believe there was several high school attendees there as well. We were able to really sit and talk with them, and many of them have even volunteered to sort of help us test this course. So that is that's been a very good help. We also have education summits that we attend, but I agree. I think it'd be good to see if we can attend more of those at different areas around the state and help.
That's right. Well, and with that CTAC thing that you mentioned, Christine Holacek, who was curriculum developer for our first 6 modules, she's with the Region 12 Service Center. So we are using her to get the word out to the other service centers in Texas. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Well, we're a few minutes ahead, so if you want to stretch while Larry gets set up.
You know, I'm on the board for the regional collaboratives, and I'd gladly present on this because the meeting's coming up in March.
I'll pick up every word you say and record it forever. Next, we have Dr. Larry Grulich. Larry has, this is their third year of funding. He's from TSTC Waco, and his project is the Detailed Occupational Skill and Learning Outcome Alignment, Part 3.
Thank you, Donna. I appreciate that very much. I think I know most everybody in the room, so I'll get started. I'm going to do a short PowerPoint, and then there's a couple pages in the handout that I gave you. Everybody has a folder there with that title on it. And I'm not going to go through that particular sheet. I'm going to show you live stuff. We've just completed a major portion of what we're doing. I want to be able to show that to you. So, okay, so as Donna said, we've been funded this is our third year working with our detailed work activities. And our goal, of course, is to define the relationships between the Texas DWA library created by the TWC with the WECM learning outcomes. And we've been able to master that, so that's really good. And Dwayne and folks, they've given us some data that helped us collect all that as well. So, okay, the first goal was to identify and select 6 to 12 partner colleges, and in order to come up with 18 programs could be evaluated. So we had the funding to be able to analyze 18 programs within the state and to come up with the detailed work activities associated to all the WECM learning outcomes within their program. So we began this collection process for input data with the colleges back on September the 9th. So, the second goal, of course, is to validate the curriculum alignment model, and we're working on that now with the other programs, now that we have all the input data accomplished. The third goal is to conduct a gap analysis between the outputs of the learning outcomes and then tie those to the job postings of the employers in the state and in the regions where the colleges are located. And the fourth goal is to document everything and to come to make the presentations here in Austin. I'm going to be presenting at the TACTI conference again, and then at the end of the grant year in August over the last 2 years, which I'll do this year also, I hold a one-day workshop at TSTC Waco, which last year was very heavily attended, so the interest is accelerating. What we have is a 7-step process of curriculum alignment that we've been working on for quite some time now. The first step is the input data. When we first started out, all the input data we got from colleges was put into templates and hand manipulated and so on and so forth. Now we've got it set up where it's automatic. It's totally automated. I'll show you some of that in a little while. The second step, we asked them to give us 2 target occupational areas that they think their graduates will have as job titles once they complete the program. And then we asked for a list of the advisory committee, first name, last name, company, and their email address so we can send them information. Then we have a job ready tool where we go out and scrape the job descriptions that are available for that particular occupational area that we're trying to study. And every evening, there's several companies that go out and scrape every online job posting in the state of Texas, okay, which some of them are national, but some of them are also, we go to job postings that individual companies put out there that we're able to locate. And we do the semantic evaluation of that wording in that job description and tie that back to what we've come up with, the detailed work activities for each individual program. Then we come up with a gap analysis between what they're teaching, what the employers want, and what they're teaching that's so-so, and what they're not teaching that they want. So we get that gap analysis. We send that data back to the colleges, and then they are given an opportunity to update their curriculum to make those changes. And the final step is what we call VIVA, is the virtual integrated validation alignment process, where we actually do this after all the alignment that we do with the employers is done. We send it out to the local regional advisory committees, and that's why we ask for those advisory committee names and contact information. That is done all web as a web application, allows the advisors for the programs, and it gives a regional approach for the college around their area by working with their particular advisors that they usually meet with twice a year face to face. So, but it gives them an opportunity that they probably really never had much opportunity before to sit there and quietly look at all of the components and the outcomes and the detailed work activities that are generated by a program based on what the college says they're teaching, and to say, yeah, we want to keep that detailed work activity, that skill. We don't need that one for some reason. We want to modify it, or we want to add a new skill that's not been mentioned inside their program. How this works, there's a huge semantic engine processor that we have that we use to do a word match. It's like Google. When you go to Google to look up tractor, you put in your search page or your search box tractor, and you get a listing of all kinds of information about tractors. If you want a green tractor, you go up there and you add green tractor. When you put green tractor in, you get a shorter list of those, and you're probably looking, if you're looking for a green tractor, probably something about John Deere, and that will pop up, and it just searches down through with the keywords and finds exactly what you're looking at. It's the same kind of process. All the data and information that we put into the system from the program through the input data, okay, is matched to what the employers are asking for within their realm in their job descriptions. Also, we use the Texas Industry Profiles listing of detailed work activities. That's the state standard that the TWA has developed over the last 5 years, and it's online as well. And the third piece of that is going out to the advisors after we've given the program an opportunity to make any adjustments to their program. So it's a triangulated type process. So we're using the best of each one of those processes to get to the data that's really available and that should be taught by the program if they want to match what the employers are looking for. Okay, this is a listing of what they are actually that we're collecting. We also go to the point where we give them the opportunity to put any additional requirements in that they need. For example, we worked with the vocational nursing program at Temple last year, and after doing what we had been doing with the other programs, we found that there are some additional requirements that nurses use. They're called the DECs. Okay, probably some of you are available. You're familiar with what those are, and there are things that happen in addition that they need to have as learning outcomes that they've gotten from the program that they are not specified in the WECM learning outcomes and not specified in the local outcomes. So when we're doing a nursing program, we would be adding that as additional requirements. Most programs put into that search box for the additional requirement. No, there are no additional requirements. But usually if it's a medical type program, then there is additional requirements that they're looking at. We also taken advantage of the special topics and local needs. Some courses within programs are not based in the standard WECM database, right? So those programs are given special topics or local needs outcomes. They can get those, their curriculum coordinators get them from the co-board. We also put the information as far as the outcomes, list them in the input data, and also then they come up with the objectives for those programs as well. So. Okay, this is, I can't read this, but this is what I'm going to show you in a little bit. This is the first screen that they come to, and I don't know if this light works or not, but all they have to now do is put in the rubric and the course number, and all this information populates. So it takes them about maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and all the data that we need to collect is there. The only time they would have to add anything into this column would be at the time when they have a special topics or local needs course, which they have that information they can cut and paste into the document. They also tell us which semester in their program and that is offered. So. Okay, as I mentioned, we select the 2 target occupations. We limited it to 2 because we're doing 38 programs this year. We're doing 18 through the co-board, through the Perkins grant. We're doing 20 at TSTC Waco. So we needed to, just limit it to 2 occupational titles for the program. In some cases, we do more than that when we feel that there's a need that we may be reaching other job titles that need to be met. That's the call of the analyst at the time that he's evaluating the program. So. It's not a hard and fast rule. And as I said, we get the information from the advisors for the program, and then we go out and we search the job descriptions for the that are out there in the cyberspace, and we compare those to the information from the curriculum descriptions that we get, exhaustive as it is. We put that into the semantic engine, which is part of the DWA library that's already been created by the Texas Workforce Commission. Out of that, we get a labor market value index. Okay, what is the goodness of fit of this program between, as it is now, as they're teaching it, with the needs of the employers, as stated by the employers in the particular opportunity of the job descriptions. This is not the one where we do the Viva, got to the local advisors at this point, but it's a starting point. It's the first part. We also compare that to the standard DWA list at the Texas Industries Profile of the TWC. And the last thing we have is the DWA gap analysis. The gap analysis tells us what are the skills or the detailed work activities that this program is not teaching, that the colleges need to think about putting in their programs, that the employers have said that they're looking for in the jobs. So it's efficiency. We're trying to get it down to as exact as we can. We're teaching is what the employers need in that particular regional area, or if we're working with a statewide program, all the TSCC programs are pretty much statewide. They're not necessarily tied to a geographical part of Texas. So. Okay, then I mentioned step 5, which is the gap analysis. There's an interactive dashboard that we create. We'll show you what that looks like. There's also then the update curriculum phase, and then the final one is the post-alignment analysis. Okay, and there's a description of the virtual industry validation advisory VIVA system that we use as step 7. Okay, that's just another showing in a different way. This is the dashboard that I'm talking about. This is an example of the vocational nursing program at Temple, where it gives all the information in one spot where they can go and they can click on any one of these particular boxes. This also gives a pie chart of what they're teaching that the employers want, what they're not teaching that they don't have in their program, and then some other information that we pick up while we're doing the semantic engine, that they have to make some decisions about their program and whether to add or delete these. We found that with the 60-hour rule coming down, okay, this is a perfect opportunity for colleges to look in their programs and look at the yellow detailed work statements, because they can then decide these aren't so necessarily needed by industry as the other ones are. So that really does give them a scientific way to clip a few things out of the program that they're going to have to do anyway, and not cut out what they need. So in other words, the items that are in the green, which are the detailed work activities, which we map them as a 4, you never want to get rid of those, because those are ones that they want. So that helps them not to go in and make a mistake and take something out that absolutely is critical to the employers in their area. Also, this is an interactive, like I said, a dashboard. You can click on any one of these course rubrics right here, and it'll give you the full report of the program and what the data is. I'll show that in a few minutes. So, but this is just an example of it that I want to show you on the screen. Okay, so after doing all this by hand and matching up by hand every detailed work activity to every work outcome, we said, this is crazy. If we're going to do 40 or 50 programs, in a year's time, we've got to have a way to automate it. So we have developed a TSDC, the skills outcome analysis for the SOA system, that allows all this information to be inputted automatically, and also once it's in there, it can be assembled and sent to the analyst. The analyst can make the changes in the listing of what they found, and it automatically gets imported right back into the system. So it's a one-stop shop for all that information. So I'm going to hopefully have a few minutes to be able to show you the whole thing. So I'm not going to go through all the screens, but the first thing that the colleges do when they start out with their TSCC, they put their web advisor username and password that gets them into the system. We assign a username and a password to every non-TSDC college that we have within the grant. So the grant involves this bottom group right here. Not any TSDC programs are being evaluated with Perkins dollars this year. Okay, and again, there's the screen that I was talking about. Now, some other screens that show the summary, and I'll click through those, the gap analysis, the summary. This shows all the courses in that program and the percentage of match that there was for the employers, what they want. This shows a color coding again of all the 4s, which are the ones that the employers want that they're teaching, and then also all the 1s that are there in the yellow. So not meant to be red, just to show you what the capability is. So let me tell you how we got this all together for this year. Back in June, well, before June, Donna had called me and said, "Hey, we think you may want to do a Starlink broadcast about this information in an information mode to other colleges." So we went and got with Harry Hartman, and we created a webinar, which was about an hour long with Henry, and we sent that out through Starlink. We had 208 colleges or computers hooked up. Now, there might have been, like at our place, there were 20 people in the room when that, so it was really a massive amount of people who got that. It also, there were like 5 or 6 other states other than Texas that also logged into that particular webinar. From that group, at the end of that webinar, I gave a little commercial about our workshop that we're going to host in a couple months in August. So from all that, we ended up with about 60 people who contacted us and said, we're interested in doing, being a part of this process for the 3rd year grant. Okay, so I thought, well, I also wanted to go out to all of you folks. So I contacted people who had formerly received Perkins grants. I figured they should get a first shot at this thing. So I contacted every one of the program managers for the grants last year and this year. And we had, for this year, 100% response from everybody. I want to thank you all for your participation in that. So I gave them first dibs on the thing. Okay. Then I knew I had... when I held the workshop, I had 47 people come in person to the workshop. I had 22 people come on board through the live streaming that we did of the broadcast. We narrowed that list down by either they signed a document that day or they sent me an email if they were using the live stream saying, we really are serious, we want to do this. These are the programs we want to evaluate, or this is the program we want to evaluate for our school. We narrowed that down, and we got 27 people to fit 18 slots, okay? Now, some of the people dropped out. One guy, the folks at one of the colleges contacted, gave me a list of the names, and got a call back, an email actually back from one of the program managers or program chairs saying, I really can't do that. I've been given a whole nother set of programs to do. It was the beginning of the new school year. So he said, I really need to put this on hold and maybe come back to it at some other time. So the other person said, my priorities have changed. I really can't do it. I thought I could. One woman became ill and had a serious medical issue. She had to drop out. So it was just kind of like a natural attrition that happened, over the course of time. We ended up then with 22 colleges to fit 18 slots. So they actually ended up working on getting that down. This Monday, we finished the data entry of the 18th program. So that was really exciting to be able to see that happen. So let me go to out of that. Okay, this is busy, but this is my control sheet. So this had the names of the schools, their information, their contact information, the program that they were in, and so on and so forth. So I kept tabs on what was happening with every one of these colleges. And this started out with the 27 names on it, got it down to 22. Now it's down to 18. So go to one other screen here. I don't see it on that particular one there. Okay, there it is out there. Okay, kind of hard to read this standing up, I guess. Anyway, this was the list. I created this process that as people inputted their data and got their information, automatically went into the system, a check mark was put in that particular column to the left and in the columns to the right. When they got it all inputted, it would actually get all the columns had check marks in it. It would populate the complete column with a check mark, and then it would automatically put the date in. So I knew exactly when the last program, met the date. And the last one that was done was January, let's see. Yeah, January 12th, 2014. Just last weekend, we finished that total list. So that gives you an idea of what we ended up with. So, okay, let me go back to another thing now.
Larry, we all know how difficult it is to get advisory committees to meet. How difficult has it been for you to get the feedback from the advisory committee
None
members?
at all. We've had complete, cooperation with them, because usually what I do, I meet with their advisory committee either in person or through some contact information and do a little front work for it. So then it's pretty well automatic with them. So when we send that to them through the Viva process, they have been very, very helpful and very interested in improving it, because they know they're going to get something out of this. They're going to get a better match with the program that they're trying to get students to graduate from. So, okay, you'd think this thing's down here, huh?
That's wonderful. That's real. I think that's interesting in the way that maybe that's just something new that we need to look at for advisory committees, that it's really using their expertise in a manner other than coming into a meeting and providing feedback at that point. So
I've had a lot of
really
advisors say, I've never had the opportunity to get into that detail and let my voice be heard in what's being done. It's usually pretty well, it can be, as they would say, rubber stamp. The college would say, we're going to do this. What do you think? Okay, fine, boom, done. Let's go on to the next item. So, that's not always that way, but in a lot of the cases it does happen that way. So I know, so at TSTC it happens that way. So
yeah.
I'm not bad-mouthing any other school. So
Linnea?
Kind of natural, I guess, thing to do.
I think you had a question.
I did skills standards last year for biomanufacturing, and I'm looking to do skills standards for 2 more areas, or a review of one in a brand new area. And I'm interested in how this would interface with that, because I do see work activities in there, and it would be great to be able to use a somewhat automated tool to do this.
To get the information, yeah.
Yeah.
One of our programs, the Mechanical Engineering Technology, got an award to the state skill standard, and that we just finished the evaluation of that program, and he's going to use that information from this process to help fine-tune what he needs to make happen for the skill standard. So it really is a good tie-in with that program. So what I've got, I gave the folks from the co-board a list of what I'm going to show next. It has one piece of proprietary information, so I couldn't give it to everybody, okay?
And if you would hold the mic up. Sorry.
I couldn't give it to everybody, okay? So, but I do have, on this screen that's up there right now, if you'll write down SOA, it's in the upper right-hand corner in red, soa.tsdc.edu. That's the link that you type into your browser to get to the site that I'm showing you right now. Okay, now what I'm going to do is walk through
Larry, could you repeat that again, please? Oh, I'm sorry.
Upper right-hand corner. Sorry, I should have pointed to it right there. But they also, the co-board has ability to get into. And the reason we did that, okay, this screen right here is a list of all the programs that we're involved with doing right now. The N means they have not been analyzed. The yellow means they have. Now, this is over 3 years of work. So at the end of this August, there'll be 75 programs here. By the end of next August, okay, with the additional ones that TSTC is doing, there'll be 90 programs. This is the public site that we wrote into my grant this year, that everything we do with Perkins dollars is available online for every school to look at. So let's suppose you were going to do the program Pharmacy Tech. Okay. Now with pharmacy tech, that's one of the two that we started analyzing. We got all the data in Monday, but we started then analysis of 38 or 18 programs within the grant. 2 of them have been evaluated so far. This is one of them. So I'm going to walk you through the process with this, okay? So let's go to pharmacy technician, which is the most likely job. And let's take a look at what we got here. Okay, these are the courses that Dr. Mark Rao from Amarillo inputted for his pharmacy tech program. This is a list of his advisory committee members that he gave us. Now, if I hover over the top of it, I got all the contact information that they inputted. The 2 job titles or the occupational areas he wanted us to evaluate as well. So now, if I go to plan administrator, and I go to non-TSTC, and I go into the system, okay, again, he did 2 programs. Okay, Mark did medical data specialist. It's not been evaluated yet. It says so over here, but we did evaluate and analyze the pharmacy tech program. So when I click on that one, then I go through the whole process, okay? So inside this automated system is a check plan. It has a red X in the left-hand column where you see the check mark, green check marks when it starts out. As they finish them, that automatically populates, so they can go to that menu right there, that menu option, and at any time while they're inputting the data, they know exactly where they stand. Okay, they can delete the plan, they can view the plan, they can do all kinds of different things. The additional requirements. This is the when you click it. This is where they have to go back and decide whether they have additional requirements or not. Okay, for his program, we had the labor market value index that we received for that program. Go back and get that thing. Okay, so again, we got a pie chart that gives the information. It gives the percentages of the match in the green and the yellow, and also here over in the red. Now, the red ones are the ones that they are not necessarily teaching or were not found by the employers that were in their detailed work activity list. So there they are. So now they know that to look across this list and see how they could import this into their program, and they could also decide, well, I'm doing this. I teach them how to do this particular skill. Then it wasn't stated clearly in the syllabus or their learning outcomes or in their objectives that they created when they set up the system. So. Okay, so then I go to roadmap, and I've written this down on the sheet that I gave the code where they can actually go through this process for any of these programs, the ones that have been evaluated. Now look at program view. Okay, these are the programs that we just looked at, the pharmacy A's and pharmacy tech. The best match, of course, is with the pharmacy tech, so they're in green. Okay, and that list of pinks that I showed you, that's 10.3% of their program, so they have a pretty good score on their goodness of fit. Up right here, they have an 82.36 goodness of fit score, which means that's pretty high match. They've got a very small amount of information that they would need to include. If they went and put those other items in there, that 10%, this number would go over 90%, probably closer to 98%. So, and this can be retested any time because all this data is in there. It's just a matter of rechecking it and inputting it, and then the analysis can be done very quickly. So as I mentioned, let's do. This may not be hot. There it is. Okay, under occupational overviews, I clicked on one of the courses within the program. Okay, and over here on the right, this is a listing. This is the course rubric number, title, description, the course outcome is the WECM learning outcome, okay, that was associated with that particular program. And the first one is CO01, outline the history of the pharmacy profession. You can see that this particular WECM outcome has all these detailed work activities, skill statements associated with it. All the ones in greens are the ones that match what they found in the most current online job search that was made probably about maybe 2 weeks ago. So this is current information. The yellows are ones that they need to look at and say, well, these maybe didn't get stated right in our syllabus. We need to look at this. These are up to the college department to decide. It's not a got you thing. I'm going to repeat that. This is not a got you process. This is to help. We're the messenger. We're giving you the information that you can use to improve your program. It's up to you what you do with it. 3 minutes? Okay, I'm just about there. Okay, so you get an idea how that works. That's for every learning outcome for that particular course, and so on and so forth for all of the rest of them. We also, if you've all been involved with doing DACMs, you know at the end of a DACM you always do a KSAs, a list of KSAs. There they are, already there. And this all comes out of the semantics of your program, of this gentleman's program. So the last one I'll show you is the inverse program matrix. It's huge. It will take a few minutes for it to come up. So while that's doing that, I'll entertain any other questions in the 1 minute that I have left.
Larry, I have a question. How are you going to link this back to the WECM? Because if you are working at this site and they have to follow the WECM, how will it be linked back?
Well, we're not changing WECM. We're taking what WECM has said they need to do. We're supplementing what WECM is as far as, the employers. We're looking at what the employers are saying they need as skill statements, okay, in the detailed work activities. We're not trying to change the WECMs. We're not
but
changing
I'm saying
the
WECM. If the employers indicate that some of our outcomes are not appropriate, then how are we going to get this back to be sure that it's addressed in a WECM workshop?
The program needs to make minor adjustments of including those skills in their program within the WECM learning outcomes. We're not changing anything of the WECM outcomes. We're supplementing the value of the WECM learning outcomes, including special topics and others.
Right, and I mean, as you can see, they're drilling down to these specific skills that haven't been addressed or that aren't seen in the syllabi while looking at the WECM outcomes. And Larry, one of the things I really briefly, one of the things that's always stuck with me that you already have been able to, make some impact and changes. I think the first year you said that TSCC Waco looked at, I think, your drafting program that was about, to be closed because you had very low numbers of students.
The drafting program was okay. It was one of the 5 and one of the ones that was okay. We wanted one that was in pretty good shape compared to 4 that were really in bad shape. What we did, we actually took the web development program that had a very low goodness of fit score in the 50s. It had students graduating from the program making $15,000 or $16,000 a year, and hardly anybody was going into the program, and nobody was completing. We completely revamped the program. It is now online starting this fall. In a year's time, they were able to correct it and put it online for people. The program enrollment is up about 200%. So it's really making a difference, And then of those other 4 programs, one we closed completely, one we changed to an advanced certificate, and one of them we modified slightly. Okay, so we did actually have input from that. We also, during our webinar, we had input from all the people that were in year 2, and they talked highly about how effective this process was in helping them. Wayne Dilling at Marshall, TSCC Marshall, and the folks at Temple College. So we expect we'll get the same response this year. This finally came up. The reason it took so long because it's a huge file. This thing goes on and on and on. You can see the little arrow here. This is
Good Lord.
This is a listing of every detailed work activity that the employers want that they're teaching. So you would never delete these if you were looking at cutting something out of your program to meet the 60-hour rule or something like that. But it also gives you where the course is taught, what courses it's taught in and which WECM outcomes is it tied to. So what the nurses folks, the LVN people are going to do at Temple, they're taking their inverse matrix chart like this and helping veterans coming back who've been working in the nursing field out in the military in the field, and creating modules for them to be able to speedily get through and get their licensing, and get jobs. I mean, that's just fantastic. That's what.
Is this one program?
This is the vocational nursing program at Temple.
This one document.
This one document is this one's for the pharmacy tech.
Pharmacy. Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't go away from that. I was saying we use this chart, or they're using it to help their situation with that.
I mean, there's one like this.
Every one of them has it. Yeah. I've given you can scroll through this and look at the ones that have yes to them and see every one of them. So anyway, I'm over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry.
You're welcome.
And the last presentation before we break for lunch will be Susie Wheeler from Amarillo College. She will be presenting on CTE, linking the non-traditional gender to the future. While she's getting started, I do want to say this is is this the fourth year of the grant? Fourth year. This is a very small grant. Perkins this is the one area that they put a limit on the amount of funding that we can award for the non-traditional grant. We are limited each year to $45,000. So this has been a very small grant, but it's been a grant that's had a lot of impact in the state. For the first time this year, each Perkins grant, the basic grant, has 6 core indicators, so performance indicators that have to be met within 90%, and we negotiate them with the feds every other year. 2 that many schools have problems with are the non-traditional participation and non-traditional completion. For the first time ever, we've exceeded our targets with those 2 core indicators. So I want to thank Susie for the work that she's done in the state. I know that some of the schools use basic grant funds to bring her in addition to the work that she does with the grant, but have her in for a day or a couple of hours to work with the schools that are struggling with getting female welders and male nurses, and those programs that traditionally have low participation by one gender or the other. So without further ado, Susie.
Well, you'll be happy to know that I came by myself.
Microphone, please.
Is it not on? Are you not hearing? No.
It says it's on, so.
Okay. I'm not sure I can do this. I came by myself. Danita was not
Closer to the mouth.
Danita was not available to come today, so that's going to cut my presentation by about 10 minutes, and we'll get ready for lunch on time. She knows I was going to say that. It's okay. So this year's purpose was to provide training support and a roadmap for developing strategies to address low participation and completion rates on Perkins indicators 5P1 and 5P2, which are the non-trad numbers. And as Donna said, many institutions have difficulty meeting these numbers, but we have had a big surge. I think everyone is really trying to work together and pull our state numbers up. So one of the things that the first goal was to inform career advisors and counselors of our goals. And one of the things that kept coming up last year was counselors, career advisors, counselors, career advisors. So this year, I wanted to make sure that we were addressing this issue. And so our first thing that we did was organize a regional workshop with Amarillo College, Clarendon College, Frank Phillips, and South Plains. And you can see that our 5P1 numbers, our indicator numbers in the Panhandle are not good. They're not good. And so we put together this regional workshop with the Education Service Center, Region 16, and working with them, we could collaborate and we could pool our resources, so we could pull in not just the community colleges, but the people in our pipeline, our independent school districts. Amarillo College, each one of those community colleges sent 2 programs that they're trying to improve for non-traditional gender. Amarillo College sent representatives from diesel mechanics and machining, and both of those programs knew that they should bring a female student with them. Actually, we told everybody, but they actually brought a female student with them so that the career advisors and the counselors that attended could ask them questions about what it was like to be in those programs. Clarendon College sent someone from feedlot management, which was very appealing to the high school counselors because they know students who would like to go into that field, and also a man who had graduated from their LVN program, and he could answer questions about his many opportunities that he'd had being an LVN. Frank Phillips College sent someone from instrumentation, which is having kind of a resurgence there, and also from welding. And then South Plains College sent representatives from auto mechanics and auto tech and HVAC. And so those are very high demand in our area. Now, one of the things we found out about South Plains College is that if you get a degree, a certificate in their a degree in their auto tech program, you can transfer those hours to Texas Tech in their mechanical engineering department. So that was, a big eye-opener for the high school counselors especially. If a student is interested in going into a career and technical program, it's possible that they would have this big opportunity then to go on into engineering. There were 90 attendees at the workshop, and each of the community colleges had career advisors there, and there were only 11 independent school districts, but we thought we could get a lot more, but it's really difficult to get career advisors from so far away to come. But everybody was very interested, and one of the big things that we did was highlight Texas Genuine so that they could take back that tool and use it with the students. The assessment had just come out. Elizabeth came and spoke to them about that, and for the first time, the Amarillo area showed up on the schematics for Texas Genuine. We've never been on it before. It's always Houston, Austin, El Paso, obviously, but we finally showed up on their schematics as well. It was really a very good workshop, and I do have the workshop, how we put it together, and if anybody is interested in that, I will be glad to share that with them and help them work up a workshop as well. Okay, oops, go back, maybe. Okay. The second part of this was about the career advisors and counselors was to partner with Empower Texas. And I just want to say that it is so important. These Perkins leadership meetings are so important because it really did give me this connection with Empower Texas and with Texas Genuine. And I really appreciate that so much. Also with Larry Grulich here about the project you were working on, I could help you connect with people. And always with Larry Lee, I'm always asking him questions. So it's always so nice to be here and to connect with people, find out what you're doing, and then we can put our goals together. We can work together and put all of our powers together to make a difference. Okay, the second goal was to provide ongoing professional development for community and technical college faculty and staff. And I had this idea that we would put together 2 innovation institutions that I would provide professional development. We would work through the pipe stem process to discover root causes of low participation and completion and then find solutions. And I would just be there for technical assistance to make sure that they're on track and finding these solutions to get more of the non-traditional gender into their programs. One institution is working with me, and that's Victoria College, and we're still trying to get the second one, but I think I'm online for one. I think I have a good lead on one. So yes, we're trying to find those that are not meeting their goals, because it seems that as we work with this, if someone is on their goal, they're like, yes, we want help. We want to do better. We want to do more. But the ones who are not meeting their goals, they're like, yeah, somebody else can do that. So I really do want to work with everybody. Goal 2 also is to provide ongoing professional development by having monthly contact with everybody. I did send out an email about an IWITS webinar that highlighted Del Mar College. It was fabulous. They have had a huge increase in the women in computer programming. Am I saying that correctly? And they had an instructor that went through the IWITS program and brought back the strategies, and they've had a huge success. And one of the things I loved about that program is they have developed a club, and it's called Smart, Wonderful Women. They started out, it was like women in computing, but they changed it to Smart, Wonderful Women. Man, I would want to be a part of that crowd for sure. Also, we did a presentation at the TCCIL conference about the AAUW publication, Women in Community Colleges. And I did bring a few extras. If you don't have one yet, I do have about 5 copies that I would love for you to have. As we were looking through this, it was like, really, how can people not know this information about women in community colleges? Because we work with it all the time. But it's good for them to pass this out to the universities and to the general public so they kind of know what we're working with. 2 big findings that came out of this report, Women in Community Colleges, is that we have to do better helping women find childcare. And the second thing was that we have to be more intentional with our career advisors. So again, it came up one more time. Career advisors have got to be involved and directing women to the programs that are going to be high pay, high demand. Then also we've been working with the National Alliance for Partnerships and Equity on their counselor initiative. And of course, they thought that it would be for community colleges. It is not. It is more for high schools. But we can direct our ISDs, especially if you're working with an education service center, to this initiative and let them know what's available from NAEP. Also, they have just put out their webinar series, and let's see, yesterday there was one that I totally missed, but the first one was to increase student success using the PIPE STEM program, and Ben Williams was the presenter. He has a strong connection with the Ohio Department of Education, and he is so enthusiastic. If you listen to his webinar, you would say, yes, let me at it, I want to help. And so the next one is on February 25th, Males in Non-Traditional Careers, Outreach, Recruitment, and Retention in CTE. So I hope everybody puts that on their calendar and watches. They're always very well done and give us lots of good information about how to increase the non-traditional gender in our programs.
Susie, I hate to interrupt you. What was the name of that website again? NAEP?
Now it's NAEP Equity, NAPEQUITY.org. .org. Okay. Okay, then other NAEP initiatives in Texas. We do have a very strong relationship with NAEP, and in fact, I just got back from a training with them that was in Dallas, and what I love to hear them say was, yes, we must keep this connection with our Texas schools because Texas is blowing up. Does that make you excited? Texas is blowing up. Okay, so they're doing micro-messaging at Houston ISD and for the STEM faculty at Dallas County Community College District, and they're also working with UTeach at UT Dallas.
And Susie, will you talk a little bit about what micro-messaging is?
Yes, micro-messaging is a professional development for instructors, especially in math and science, so that they are not sending, and counselors as well, so they're not sending messages to females that they're not welcome in the class. So if an instructor says, for example, if I'm talking to Elizabeth and Larry and I said, okay, Elizabeth, what is the answer to number 5? And she says 6. And I say, okay. And then I say, Larry, what is the answer to number 5? And he says 6. And I go, oh, Larry, how did you get that? Tell us what process you used. So if you're spending more time with the males in your class than with the females, she's going to feel like she's not important and she's not going to respond as well to the curriculum. So we want to make sure she's engaged. How did you get that, Elizabeth? How did you feel? And it was really interesting. While we were in Dallas, Mimi Lufkin did an exercise. There were 4 women and 1 man in the group, and she said the man's name twice, but she never said any of the females' names. And so, everybody called her out on it, and she was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. And she is concentrating on this. So it is something we have to really retrain our faculty to make sure that these messages are not being sent out to females. Okay, is that good? Okay. All right. And with UTeach Dallas, it's also kind of a micro-messaging thing for the teachers that are in training. All right, the next goal was to collaborate with Texas Genuine. I love working with Texas Genuine, and one of my great things is I always, whenever I do professional development, I say, how many of you have heard of Texas Genuine? And 3 hands will go up, and I'll say, everybody write down this website because you're going to need it by the end of this, because it gives so much information about current technical education, and the images on it show men and women in our programs. I also developed a scavenger hunt that goes along with Texas Genuine. If anyone is interested in it, I have a copy of that. And let's see, as I said, Elizabeth came to our career counselor workshop, and I was just at Wharton College, and I said, how many people have heard of Texas Genuine? Only 1 hand went up. So I really made them write it down, and hopefully they'll all go. But as I said, after the career counselor workshop, finally Amarillo is showing up on the Texas Genuine schematics. Okay. So the outcomes, the planning guide was produced for institutions that would like to replicate the process and hopefully recreate a career advisor event with their local Education Service Center. We are also having correspondence highlighting best practices from around the state and from national sources. I have one innovation institution working on the second. We've given out 6 NAEP affiliate memberships, and I have 4 more that are available if anybody is interested. I just sent out an email last week, but I haven't heard back from anyone. So if any of you are interested in a NAEP membership, it's $100, and I can provide that membership for 4 more institutions. And I'm also doing presentations at 2 workshops, our 2 conferences. I was at the TCCIL, and also I'll be at the TACM conference in the summer. That's already a done deal. And then documents to be included in monthly correspondence and conference presentations. And this month is National Mentoring Month, National Role Model Month. And so I was encouraging everyone to find a mentor or role model for each one of their career and technical education programs, a non-traditional mentor. And there's also a movement from the STEM Connector group, and that is to have 1 million women mentors. Okay. All right, so my big thing is I like to be the linker. I want to have partnerships. So we are linking non-traditional students to CTE and STEM careers. We're linking career advisors and counselors to the importance of diversity in CTE. We're linking with marketing departments so that they will use the Texas Genuine site. And we're also linking Texas to NAEP and the STEM Equity Pipeline. And if you have any questions, there's Danita's email address. And if you would like her phone number, I can provide that as well. And I do want to show this chart because it makes me so happy. As Donna said, this is actually my 5th, I started in 2009. So this is going into the 5th year here, and you can see it was getting worse and worse and worse, and I was really despairing. I thought there was why am I doing this? It's not getting any better. And then last year, boom, it hit. So I will not take the credit for it. I know everybody has done their part. Everybody has been working really hard to bring up our state performance. And then this is the completion rate. And you can see it has been a steady growth, increase. And I think it's because we've always been getting the right students into those programs. You know, it's the students that persist because they're the right people in the right place. Okay. Does anyone have a question? Okay.
Thank you so much, Susie. Okay, I think we are ready to then, the lunch is here, so let's break for lunch. Skill Standard-Based Curriculum Development and Assessment Project. Will you be co-presenting, David?
Not today.
Not today. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
He's under instruction.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. I'm Larry Lee from Del Mar College, and I am the Dean of the Business Professional and Technology Education Division. I serve as the Perkins contact and have been a project director for many of the leadership project. David is the chair of the Dental Hygiene and Imaging Department. I'll get that correct. And he is, in fact, an understudy and is learning all the ropes and tricks of how to survive in this position for the future. And he will be making this presentation next year. I'm going to provide an overview. I'm going to give you some background information about the TSSB, some of the project goals that we have in this particular project, and I'm talking primarily because since many of you were here last year to our audience on the broadcast, give you a little feel for where we are in terms of the project as such, activities that we are currently undergoing, and what we will expect from the participants later in the year. As many of you know, the TSSB and Del Mar College has had a collaboration for well over a decade, and we enjoy working with them for these many years. The Skills Standards Board was created by the Texas State Legislature in 1995. It was tasked by the legislature to create a statewide system of skills standards and credentials for post-secondary occupations with high earnings potential and employment potential as such. And some of you may not know, there's 11 volunteers who serve on this board. 7 of them come from business and industry, 2 of them come from labor, and 2 represent education, 1 at the post-secondary level and 1 at the secondary level. As I mentioned before, they are tasked with essentially to create the statewide system. So their primary goal is to promote the role and awareness of skill standards among all of our Texas community and technical colleges. They do this by encouraging various programs, which many of you here today have participated, to get a specific program to be recognized by using TSSB recognized standards into your particular program. This particular grant provides that motivation incentive because it helps to defray some of the costs to do the heavy lifting by the faculty as such, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But why skill standards as such, or what are skill standards, I should say? And as the slide says, it is basically a job profile. It answers basically 2 questions. What does the worker have to do to be successful in a job? And the second is, how do we know when he's done that job well as such? Most, I should say all skill standards are created by industry, and an industry board or association as such, associations such as the American Welding Society, American Electronics Association, and over 400 other associations and professional organizations as such. What do? They get together and they define specific things, such as what specific functions, activities, performance criteria, and employability skills that they need to do to fulfill this particular job. And why are skill standards important? Well, they're important on many levels. First, for the incumbent worker already in the field, it provides with him a guideline for skills that he can use to advance his careers. For employers, it provides I hate to say this, but a basis for HR, for hiring process, and also as a basis for training if companies still have a training department. For we educators, it is the basis for our development of student learning outcomes, curriculum, assessment, everything that we, and you've heard Larry present earlier, those things that translate for students to master. And for students, and this is the most important part for all of us, is that students have a clear outline of what skills that he needs to learn to master to get those high-paying jobs and land that job to be fully employed. What we see here is an example. The skill standards was developed by the Northwest Center for Emerging Technology. And in each of the columns, and I hope yes, each of the columns, it identifies those particular components I mentioned earlier, the specific key activities that they want to do, describing the specific performance criteria, but define what this is successful. It lists the KSAs that are necessary to be mastered, and then those employability skills which are based on the SCANS standards from 1994 as such. Every one of our programs is based on those types of skill standards. What you see here is a macro view of how this whole thing works. As such, basically, the center of our university is the TSSB. They work with industry who develops the skill standards as mentioned before. TSSB, through this grant, links and talks to and works with and assists educators to integrate the skill standards into their curriculum. And of course, when students take these courses that have been recognized, they gain those particular KSAs, which then essentially allows them to be hired by those same employers that have participated
and they are essentially we hope to be a competent worker. And essentially, talking to, since many of us are talking about skill standards and skills, when we talk about the word skill standards, it's a different terminology than what Larry does, because his is more specific in the KSAs and student learning outcomes. But what the biggest thing about this project is that skill standards to industry means something slightly different than what skill standards are. What you see on the screen are the 17 current recognized occupational fields that the governor is pushing for, and the TSSB, by indirectly, since they work for the governor, what they need to promote.
Larry, it looks like fuel cell is on there twice.
Okay. Yes, I think you're right. Okay. I've been drinking that night. Or staying up too late. I'll take that then. These are the current schools that are recognized. There are currently 28 institutions and 56 programs that are recognized. And I believe right now, as of last year, TSTC in Harlingen now has the most recognized number of recognized programs in the state, followed by, I think, TSTC Waco. Here's our 4 goals in a nutshell. Essentially what they're doing is what we're trying to do also is to promote Texas the skill standards among the various colleges. We look at all the schools that are participating each year and see what we can do in terms of trying to improve the program. We also report on an annual basis, or actually semi-annual basis, to the coordinating board and how we're doing. And of course, what we attempt to do is to promote and to other institutions by getting them to present at a professional conference. And I think all of you have been participating at the TCCIL conference when we recognize successful completers of institutions each year. For schools who want to participate, and this is the hardest part, is that we typically announce 3 different types of projects, and each project is determined essentially by how much work's involved, and consequently you'll see different amounts of money that has been allocated for the incentive or motivation, and it really is based on the amount of work that they need to do. A Type 1 project is essentially where a skill standard has been developed by some association and has been recognized by the TSSB. And so what happens is the institution who applies for this particular type of project, they will have to take those industry skill standards and translate them into academic language. In other words, appropriate skills, student learning outcomes, appropriate assessment tools, mapping the skills to particular learning objectives within courses and so forth, and of course developing the assessment as such. And they are also required, if necessary, to submit to the coordinating board if they do not have a level 2 certificate or associate degree certificate in that program, or of course they could integrate it into existing degree or certificate. The second type, which as you can see the incentive amount is significantly higher, this is where essentially a skill standard does not exist. Industry is a new emerging field, and a skill standard has not been developed. So what the institution is tasked with doing is that they have to convene a DACM panel or people to serve on a PCAL. And why the funding is higher is because what you're going to do is 2 things, probably. Most likely you're going to be funding travel to a location, because what you want to do is have representatives from across the state, broad representation, and then most likely that you'll have to have a skills analysis individual there. Most schools don't have this person. And we had a situation last year in which they thought they had one, but he was a curriculum integrator, and that's not the same thing. And so they had to use part of their money to contract this out. But essentially, there's a lot of work to be done here. Once they get the skills, skills identified, they then have to submit it to the Skills Standards Board to get recognized. So it's not necessarily a done deal. So they have to, that's another factor. So that's why on these we don't have as many, but we follow them quite closely to make sure that they are always on target as such. And then what they have to do is to integrate those skill standards they identified and have gotten recognized those skill standards and do the same thing. Integrate those skill standards into a existing degree or certificate, or create a new certificate or degree and get approved by the coordinating board. The most common project is our Type 3 project. As you can see, the amount is the least amount. essentially a skill standard has been the skill standard does exist, has been created. Some school has already translated the skill standards into academic jargon. As such, a degree plan is in fact existence. And what the school does in this particular case is they essentially replicate that particular school's degree plan. Now, there can be some minor changes as such. For instance, in programming, if you use Visual Basic for one, they can choose to use C++ in another as such. But the idea is that they're essentially replicating, and this is the easiest of all of the 3 projects, and this is where most of the recognized programs currently reside. We have a Type 4. We've only had 1 round on this, and this is where institutions cannot apply for it. They're invited to participate. Essentially, all the institutions who are invited to participate in this type of a particular project have to be previously recognized. And so far, at this time frame, we've only had one field has been recognized. Applied for this project, and that was under biotech. And Linnea was part of that. She worked very diligently to coordinate the other 5 schools as such. There are 6 schools involved. But typically, what you have to do is you have to have multiple schools that can work together and to make sure that assessments and masteries are all coordinated, and they typically, part of the deliverable is aligning all the mastery skills, assessment tools, and development of a faculty manual, which tries to make sure that everybody's doing the same thing, assessing the same thing, so that a person from institution A and a person graduating from institution B, their skill sets are comparable as such.
Does each institution get the funding?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Each one get the funding as such. And like I said beforehand, we've only had 1 group do it because they have enough institutions. We have several other programs. PTAC is another, process technology is another one where there's 9 schools. And one that does this year finish will have 10 schools. That's the next one we're trying to target, try to get them to get together to do the same type of Type 4 grant application as such. So project activities, of course, are divided among the years. There's certain things that have to be done. I think all of you know, if you were at the TCCIL conference in October, you noticed that we were announcing at that time frame the RFA was made available. The RFA, essentially, we kind of jumped the gun a little bit this year. We put it out available. As soon as we got an NOGA, we put it out there. We were talking to institutions to try to get them to participate. This is sort of like pulling teeth, so to speak, because it is work, and most people don't like to have the teeth pulled. But nevertheless, between the first couple of months and this year, even of course, the timeline was created back in March timeframe when we submitted the application, or whatever it was, March, April, May, whatever, and we accelerated our timeline a little bit because we found out one of the things we did last year is we found that a lot of our institutions, once we got them selected and notified, they usually start working on their projects in January. But we found that many of them had to ask for extensions because it's a lot to do on those on the timeline that we had created. So we were trying to get them to start in November and start as such, to give them just another 4 to 6 weeks. The process essentially, as you heard during the TCL, most of you heard TCL conference, we put the RFA out there. Institution essentially goes to either to the listserv or to the coordinating board's listserv, and they download, or to Del Mar's website, download the RFA. They would read through the project. There's several several documents that they can get from the TSSB board that helps them to understand all the language and what to do. Oftentimes during the September and October months, both TSSB and I are fielding questions and answering which project should you apply for as such. And what they would do by the deadline, submit the original cover sheet to me, or by, original and followed by email, and then essentially we would review them with the technical staff at TSSB, and then by a specific time frame notify. And this year we notified in late October of the applicants that were successful in application. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule, but we also found out that we had 5 applicants that submitted. We accepted 4 of the 5 applicants. and we found out that even if we spent all the money that was allocated to these, that we'd essentially have to, we didn't have enough, well, unless I wanted to take a trip to Europe or something like that, which I think is prohibited by Perkins, I couldn't spend all the money. So what we did was went back out and re-advertised through the standard distribution methods again, saying, hey, if you missed it first time because of the short timeline, we would like you to go out, consider doing it. And right now the deadline is next Friday, and we have several people which have indicated they would like to submit, but like I said, I like to see the paperwork in front of me as such. But right now, what you see on the screen are the 4 that we currently have been accepted and been notified to proceed. We see DCCD, El Centro is there with their fashion marketing. We see TST Waco with their mechanical engineering and the NIMS project. We have, and they are doing a type 1, if you recall, and this is where a skill standard exists. But the specific student learning outcomes and so for all the educational jargon that we use has to be converted so that we educators can understand it. We have currently we have no type 2 this year, although we had one, we thought we had one until we looked at the application and there were some major shortcomings. We told them come back next year and as such and resubmit. We had 2 type 2s, excuse me, 2 type 3s that were eligible, and we've notified them, Process Technology for Lamar, which if they're successful, that will give us 10 recognized programs under PTAC, and Midland, which will be doing information technology and networking area, which I think there will be 4 schools at this time frame. So at this time frame, these are the 4 that have been told to go ahead. I'm hoping that we will look at several more in the upcoming week. Usually in the fall, usually the schools are told and they're given an outline, and of course they see it in the RFA. We have between the beginning of the year till end of our fiscal year to get the projects done as such. And the projects are divided into 3 phases. If you saw the amount of money, we essentially award 25% of each amount at the completion of phase 1, 25% at phase 2, and to make sure they don't drop out on us, we keep the majority of the money until they have completed the entire project, and usually before end of August I will be sending a check for the remainder 50% as such, and that has worked out quite well as such. Okay. And what you see under each of the phases are the substantial things that have to be completed. Usually in phase 1 they have to meet with their advisory board, get a letter stating that they support the project, determine whether they need to create a new level 2 or associate's degree, or there's going to be a revision, and the artifacts has to be sent to me as such. And usually in phase 2, all the project have common to them they have to map key activities to a specific course matrix and make sure that all the learning activities are integrated into the various courses and so forth, showing where they are, and of course apply for program recognition to the TSSB. And finally, at the third part, they have to turn in all the artifacts which support that they've done all the above, so to speak, the syllabi, the tests, anything that would show that they in fact have completed all deliverables, and those are the common things, all of them. And what you see on this screen are some of the types of artifacts, actual ones that some schools have done as such. Yes.
I have a question. I was thinking what would be really good is just speaking from experience, evaluation of long-term effects or outcomes as a result of being awarded a Type 1 or a Type 2 might be rather interesting. I know for us it's made a big difference in terms of how all of the biotechnology programs who participated are now working together on other initiatives, and the fact that their students are graduating with the same skills and knowledge, as I move forward towards this idea of universal articulation with 4-year schools.
Because it's a known quantity from school to school.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And that's what we're trying to do. The Type 4 was, because when we worked with you, that's what we created. That was a new type. And once again, though, however, it has to be the schools that have recognized programs. And the ones we are targeting currently are the next one is, like I said, PTAC, which will have 10 schools. If we can get them to all come on board, that would be ideal, followed by networking and some of the IT fields, but as such. But that is based on what we learned from y'all is what we're doing as such. Of course, when a program has become recognized, and this program just got recognized next year, and at the end of the third year, they have to come back and have their program re-recognized by doing specific things such as show where the assessment occurred in their specific program, and there's several documentations such as letters that they have to sign in addition to the artifacts to prove that those assessments have been done as such. We have 6 outcomes as such, and part of this is the project outcomes. Essentially, is the promotion of skill standards as a means of the importance of skill standards as such, possibility of developing new or revised certificates or associate degrees, making sure that everybody across the board understand why we need to recognize what skill standards are and why they're important, and that they form the basis of our student learning outcomes and so forth, and that they can provide a basis for assessment and evaluation, which is what the Type 4, which Linnea's project did so well a year before. And of course, the schools can get money, and that's always good. I've heard that schools have taken that funding to purchase software. Of course, this is after what they spend on traveling to whatever they need to do to get the job done, but software, attending staff development, but they, as such, and we try to encourage them to put the money back into their program as such. And of course, the individual programs are recognized at the Fall TCL conference as such. And usually we get some big bangs for the amount of money we do. And here's the pictures of last year's recipients. Richmond College with their digital forensic with Zoltan Sabo. Of course, you see Linnea there smiling broadly there because they got another program under their biomanufacturing program. Then we have TSTC, who did 3 separate projects, one in digital digital media, wind energy, and I've drawn a blank on the third one right now, but they did 3 of them last year. And so ultimately, what is it all about? It's about because what happens is once you have a recognized program, okay, every student graduating out of that program gets an opportunity to get a seal affixed to their particular degree, and so they have that seal of good housekeeping, so to speak. Okay, essentially says they're full up round, they're ready to be employed, that their skill set has been recognized, and they know what they're talking about and know what to do as such. Of course, and here's the website for the TSSB, and I think at the bottom, yes, down the bottom of the URL as such. And it is a wealth. It has the repository of all current accepted programs, who currently is the lead college in each one of those. And when I talk to schools, I always send them to this site that says, here are some really good documents, and here's some people you can look at to how to replicate or whatever, and see how they're doing some of the projects as such. And of course, I'm open for questions or comments or anything like that.
Larry, I had a couple of questions. Who does the review of the proposals or the applications?
The TSSB and myself.
And have you ever had an incidence where a school was awarded the Type 2 award and then were not recognized by?
No. We've had if they were recognized, they completed everything. If they don't complete it, they don't get the full funding. We've had some where schools, for whatever reason, had to withdraw, so to speak. But a Type 2, we've never recognized the program and they withdraw, because what they've done is they go through all 3, and then the funding is only completed at the end. Now we've had one several years ago that started first phase, and there was a issue. I can't remember what it was, like a medical issue. They had to withdraw within the first phase as such. And they said they would come back again. So, but that frequently happens as health, and usually, as in most programs, you have a key personnel, and I think everybody understands that. In every program, you've got the one that's they're the go-to person, And if that person is sidelined by health issues, that you're out of luck, so to speak. But we've had it one time happen.
Can I add one more thing? I'm a tremendous supporter of this, but I thought you might like to know, Larry, that I'm part of a Department of Labor grant where they're determining all the skill standards in biotechnology in both entry level and medical devices and biomanufacturing, and they decided to adopt Texas's approach for developing skill standards down to the manual.
They, like I said, they were the firstborn, and they were like any firstborn. They were over the top. They had one of the best. Well, the manual was second. It was superb. You have to see the manual itself. They distributed the manual their various sites. So essentially, what they developed, they broadcast out to everyone. They made it available to anybody who's willing to follow the process. So
that is wonderful. Congratulations.
Yes. Okay.
Well, I'd like to say thanks to Texas. Because not that many states do this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Next up, we have Austin Community College's Biotechnology Curriculum and Career Training for High School Science Teachers. We have Linnea Fletcher for the first time presenting to us, so we're happy and excited to have 2 new grantees this year. So look forward to hearing about your projects.
Hi, my name is Linnea Fletcher. Thank you. I've learned a lot so far, and I'm kind of excited about being one of the newbies here. And I have to say that all these projects are fantastic. The one I was funded to do, and a lot of it is based on the work that I already did with the skill standards. The fact that we had at least 6 biotech programs who worked on the skill standards together and curriculum. Essentially, from that point on, we work as a unit in the state of Texas on a lot of different initiatives. And my initiative was to do biotechnology curriculum and career training for high school science teachers in the state of Texas. I am the department chair of biotechnology at Austin Community College. I started the program from scratch about 15 years ago, the same time that I became a co-principal investigator for a large National Science Foundation funded ATE, Advanced Technological Education Center grant in biotechnology known as BioLink. And that grant has been funded now and renewed over 15 years. So it's been a long time working on a lot of these initiatives. The rationale for the project is the biotech industry is growing in Texas, and it always needs trained personnel, and we'd like it to be from Texas. For a long time, I'd say just 10 years ago, maybe even just 5, a lot of our students would graduate from the universities in this area and they'd go elsewhere. They go to either coast. We are now at a point with the industry in Texas that they can stay here and they can grow their own. And they won't disappear out of the state. But to do so, they need technicians. Because remember, for every PhD in a company, there's going to be at least 8, 10 technicians. So this workforce is growing. Also, we know that students determine their career at least in high school or before that. And therefore, more science teachers need to be trained properly to understand this industry so they can impart that information to their students. Community college programs that have biotechnology programs work directly with industry. I would say my advisory board, well, a lot of my advisory board teach in my program, and then each one of them have sponsor internships for my students, so I always know what's going on with local needs in my area. In addition to having a 2-year program, I also have a post-baccalaureate program, and the number of 4-year students coming into my program is growing, not decreasing, because at this moment in time, I have from a 90 to 100% placement rate into the industry, and a lot of the biotech programs in the state mirror that. So why us? Well, for one reason, we're willing to take the job on, and I didn't put that up there, but I think that's an important fact. But also because we are funded by TEA, and the grant was funded approximately 5 years ago to develop an online educational system for certifying advanced biotechnology teachers in the state of Texas. So we do this for the entire state. I had 2 very talented high school teachers who'd been with me for 10 years develop a lot of the materials, and then I brought in a lot of the materials through the center grant. And that site is up and running right now. And essentially because of the changes, I believe it's House Bill 5, we're getting a lot of requests for this type of certification and support from teachers across the state. We started the first dual credit or credit and escrow high school course with NSF ATE grant that was funded over 10 years ago, and we're presently in 10 school districts. We have like 1,000 high school students, and we developed a system where we teachers are trained over a period of 3 years, and then they turn around and mentor teachers, because there was absolutely no way that I was doing this by myself. So we had to build that into the system. And then, like I mentioned before, our school is part of the BioLink Network, which is NSF-funded center grant. Now, this is, if you're interested, this is the website for the center grant. We do have a really good career page where we have on there essentially the ability using 3 real-time or just-in-time search engines for finding jobs anywhere in the nation. So, and we have piloted throughout the nation with students. They're very interested in how much money they're going to make. They're very interested in the job descriptions and locations. So we realized we had to do that. And I don't think I can actually get there. But anyway, if you want to check out the site and then go to the career page. Also, we have a clearinghouse with lots of course-in-a-box material. So an intro to biotech course, which we also give to high school students. High school teachers. And then also, there's like 121 programs across the nation that we've been working with. So what were the goals and deliverables? Well, to establish the mentor network. I've had this dual credit course now for over 10 years, and I would like it elsewhere in the state. And we've gone through a lot of trial and error of how to mentor high school teachers to make this work for them, including equipment, how to essentially do career day with students. So based on that 10 years of experience, we wanted to establish this network and help other community college biotech programs do the same thing. The grant is funding equipment that we're going to distribute through the state. Each site is getting essentially 2 packages of equipment. And this is very much based on how I originally started it, in that I had essentially equipment for like 5 high schools, and it was a lending a situation such that the schools would sign up for the equipment. We'd lend out the equipment based on the modules, so we already have these modules, and then essentially once they're finished with it, they give it back to the community college, who then re-lends it out. And then over the space of 3 years, we helped that high school to buy that equipment, and once they had all of their own equipment, then they were responsible to turn around and then mentor the next high school. So we're trying to replicate the model that we've already established in the Austin area. So the whole idea is, because equipment is very limiting for teachers in this response. You can train these teachers online, but unless they have the equipment for them to use, it's just not going to happen in their classroom. The other thing we're going to do for them that's not up there is that establish an equipment depot. One thing we did in the Austin area is that we started to gather equipment from industry, and then we would redistribute it out to the high schools. And we would do this through our community college foundation, because industry does donate equipment, and then we could just turn around and put it back into the high schools with instruction. The other thing is we're setting up a network with the 2 high school teachers who are part of this, and a lot of the teachers in our area, is that we're mentoring the community college programs on how to mentor teachers. Teachers, I was in a lab for 20 years before I started this program. I must have made every mistake in the book. Well, teachers are not going to do that in front of their students. So you have to scaffold their learning, and you have to scaffold essentially how they're doing things in the classroom so they feel comfortable with it. And we have a lot of experience in doing that. So we have 5 community colleges, 4 with biotech programs. In Houston, we have Lone Star Biotechnology Program. In Dallas, we have Collin County. Eventually, we hope to bring on El Centro. In Waco, we have McClellan Community College, and we're helping them start their program. At the same time, they're working with high schools. Now, you may think that's kind of crazy, but actually that's kind of how I did mine. I started my program the same time I started my high school program. We essentially learned together. We're also working in El Paso. Now, El Paso Community College did not want to really do this right off the bat because they don't have a biotech program and they don't see having one. I see one in their future, and they do agree when the medical school gets built. But until then, we're working with their biology program, and until they feel more comfortable with it, we also work with regional centers, and we're working with their regional center. I've worked with a lot of regional centers. I'm on the board for the Texas Collaborative out of UT, and I've done a lot of work with UTeach. So I believe a two-prong approach where you both do regional centers and community college is not a bad idea. It's kind of like a backup system. Okay, let's see. Del Mar has a biotech program, and they are probably going to start, not this year. They decided not to do it with us because they got overwhelmed with their ATE. But they also have a biotech program, and they'll probably come on board in a year or so. Okay, and then of course there's our program. The school districts that are offering advanced biotech, where they're going to be the easier ones, okay, because they already have a lot of the equipment and their teachers are trained. We're also putting it into biology courses. Once again, you can't just go from 0 to 100. So like with McClellan, one of the teachers there is a biology teacher, did not want to do advanced biotech, so we're putting biotechnology into her biology course. I started that way with several teachers here, and then we're going to scaffold them up to offer advanced biotech. One of the modules that we're going to put in the biology course is careers. Okay, so as you can see, we don't want anyone ever to say no to us. We just want to put it on a timeline that they feel comfortable with. So we're working with both biology teachers and advanced biotech teachers. And if you want to know, there's only 12 advanced biotech courses in the entire state of Texas. So you can see that we have a lot of room to grow. Now, we've already had 4 online meetings with both the teachers and their mentors, and we do it every month. We try to do at least 1 or 2 meetings a month with them. The date for the summer meeting is already set because you know teacher schedules are tight. It's June 25th to the 27th, and they're all coming. Also, all of the equipment is ordered, and it's going to come to the community college, and we're delivering it, including we're delivering it to El Paso, because I believe face-to-face is extremely important. You may all think that's, but you have to, in my mind, unless you're willing to walk the walk, kind of, you have to show how much of a commitment you're willing to make for them to make a commitment themselves. So I've made a commitment that one of my group will show up for every career day on a campus. We've already gotten all the career days set up because you realize that high school teachers, if they are recruiting for a new class or even recruiting for their existing class, they need to do a career day with their students. So we've already set up all the career days, and we've actually developed all the marketing materials for all these schools, including with their logo, because it needs to be personalized. And my administrative assistant will tell you what an interesting nightmare that was to do all that. But all this attention to detail is really important to make this work. Okay, what are some of the barriers? Well, there's sometimes not community colleges in the service area that do not offer biotech courses. Okay, and you know, a lot of community colleges, when you have a high school that's not in your service area, they're not interested in working with that community college. Or the community college is not interested in working with them. So what I found out, thanks to Chris, is that actually we can do articulation agreements with these high schools, and I plan to do that with El Paso, and set up essentially these kind of articulation agreements across the state so that I can officially help that school. And I can do that, I believe it's up to 3. A high school student can take 3 of these courses. They're out of the service area. And so I want to start setting this up because I don't want that to be a barrier. So that's something we're going to be doing. It was not part of the grant, but we're planning to do that. We're also planning to get Lone Star to do that because there's several high schools in the Houston area that are served by Houston Community College who no longer has a biotech program. And Lone Star is willing to service those high schools that are out of their service area. Okay, and I already mentioned that some of these high school districts were a bit nervous about the advanced biotech, so we're going to start with their biology teachers and then move towards the advanced biotech. Okay, and I believe I already talked about this, the 3 dual credit courses a year from a community college, because that advanced biotech course, that is a dual credit course. And you know what it articulates with? It actually articulates with a biology common core course, because all of the 6 biotech programs in the state of Texas work together to get the first 2 courses in biotech converted to biology so that they would be common courses. And that, like, they even articulate with the University of Texas. We had long-term goals with this idea because we realized that, you know, if you have an AAS degree, a lot of the AAS degree does not transfer to a 4-year school. So we wanted at least part of it to transfer because this was a big problem for our high school students, and that they needed a course that would transfer to a 4-year school if they were going to do dual credit with us. So that advanced biotechnology high school course is equivalent to biology 1414 with transfers to a four-year school. Let's see, and I already mentioned about the regional centers also being on board, and that we're going to put biotechnology modules into biology and other science courses. And this includes AP biology, because you may not realize it, but AP biology teachers, they'll do all of their AP stuff, and then they'll do the fun stuff, which is biotech. Okay, so some long-term goals that aren't part of the grant, but that will, this grant is kind of like the starting point. So I'm writing a center grant for an ATE center grant to establish a biotechnology center in Texas. I was a program officer at NSF for 2 years. And so I know the ATE program very well because I was a co-lead on the ATE program. So this has always been a long-term goal for me to do this. And it's also the idea that we're going to set up a regional center grant in Texas to formalize this type of biotechnology network between community colleges and high schools, and a few other goals that we have in mind. So I would like to put an entry-level certificate in high schools. This will even make it more marketable to the student, to industry, and to community colleges. Okay, so we have already the first 2 courses, and we'll be putting an internship into the high schools. I already have been partnering my high school students with my 2-year students on internship company-based projects. And this has been done informally, and several of the other community colleges have done this too, so we're going to formalize it. And the high school students will be able to get an entry-level certificate. And the idea of setting up more support for teachers. The one other crazy idea I have that I've been talking about with UT, and they're very interested in doing this, is that, you know, a major problem for dual credit courses is that teachers don't have 18 graduate hours in the discipline, and they can't teach the dual credit course. You know how much money it costs for people to go to graduate school to gain this? So I've talked to UT about this idea, and and they've been looking at the essentially our 2-year programs in biotech, and they realized that the second year is like equivalent to graduate level. And so we're tossing around the idea of essentially giving graduate credit to teachers who take essentially the 2-year program at a community college, in addition to maybe some 4-year courses, graduate courses, because we need to increase the number of teachers who can do dual credit. So that's it. I'm Linnea Fletcher. My contact information, the 2 teachers I work with, Angela Wheeler, Jennifer Lazar, and my admin assistant, Steve Spurlock. Any questions? Yes.
You have a kind of a
Probably the number one major challenge is that faculty at a 2-year school never have time to do anything except teach. They have huge teaching loads. Now, I mean, if I was teaching a normal teaching load, I wouldn't even be in front of you because this is the first week of school and I wouldn't be here. But, you know, I'm rather unusual. I have like, I don't know, 10 grants or something like this, and so it buys my time off. So, I mean, without the time to develop or think about these things, there's no way, you know, every one of these community college programs, I can tell you right now, they're showing up on the phone, and some of them don't have the time to think about what they need to do from one phone call to the next. So we've literally had to come up with a template for them. You know, for them to do a career day, we came up with a template for them. And then we even have to mentor them in how to gain support from others so they're not like single point entities in their community colleges. So a lot of it is just trying to train people on how to manage their time and how to gain support from outside of their area, kind of thing. Community college teachers are excellent teachers. High school teachers are excellent teachers. Community college people who are in biotech know the industry, but how to transfer that information to high school teachers and share it, that's a big barrier. And time is probably the biggest barrier for all of them. So we're trying to make it easy for them to do this. Boilerplate it first, giving them, get their foot in the door, and then they'll realize, some of the shortcuts and some of the other ways, they don't even know how to talk to high schools. They don't know who to approach in a high school. How do they find out what teacher to talk to? And then the teacher in the high school has, time issues too.
Your equipment.
Yeah.
So how do you know that equipment's being used?
Well, for one thing, we are going to do to the teachers, and they've agreed to this, is a lot of the assessments that they're going to be doing with their students, it's going to be online, and we're going to monitor it. Because to me, the final outcome is how well students perform. I mean, I look at all these students the same way I look at my students in my program, is are they ready to work in the industry, which means soft skills, lab skills, and knowledge. So we're going to assess their students independent of them, So that's one way I'm going to make sure that they're maintaining a quality project. And in terms of are they going to use the equipment? Well, the community colleges, to be part of this project, they have to monitor their high schools. And they're very interested in doing this because they're viewing this as maybe this is a pipeline into their programs. The majority of community college programs in biotech do not get high school students. They're getting four-year students. Okay, and so they've always wanted to develop this pipeline and never been able to do it because they themselves didn't know how to monitor the quality. And I've been doing this for 10 years. I've had to monitor the quality of my high school program because it had to be equivalent to what I was doing if I was going to count that as a dual credit course.
Any other advice you might give on
I think it's more of a willingness, is realizing how busy these people are and their expertise and knowledge, and you always work from the point of view that they want to be able to do all this, but they just don't have the time. And you're helping them to develop some of this ability to do it, and anything that it seems like I've always included them in every grant that I do. And like for the grant for skills standards, we may have been the lead on it, but we made sure that all of our partners received an equal benefit. So we try to always work within their timelines and their needs, because they actually all want to do this. That's how I see, it's kind of like marriage, isn't it?
I have a question about faculty credentials. Your program is an AAS degree program. So when you're doing dual credit, I understand when you're teaching it within a biology course that you would need somebody with a master's degree and 18 graduate hours. But if it's done as a WECM course or a dual credit course that's CTE, then the faculty qualifications would not be
No, they're the same. They have to have 18 graduate hours.
The high schools are saying that?
Yes.
Is that what all of you are finding?
For dual credit, yes, because it's a college level course.
Even if it's a CTE course? Depends on the high school.
No, it depends on
Automotive.
So long as they have the social security
Right.
or,
Right. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of it is driven by SACS requirements. And our high school teachers who are doing dual credit are considered college faculty. And I want them to be considered that because I want my school to support them like college faculty.
Yeah, I think to be on the safe side, that's what you have to do.
Yeah. So I'd rather bring them up to speed, and I just want to find a mechanism to do it that will provide quality education for them and also make us great biotech teachers.
And could you talk a little bit about what's in the toolkit?
Well, essentially, we provide all of the course in the box approach is that we do provide all the modules with the associated equipment. So each module, like a career module, essentially step-by-step progression, what you're going to teach that day, even the pedagogy and how you're going to do it. So when I originally started the high school program, I worked with You Teach on this, and my high school teachers, essentially, you're going to have to develop it such that when you hand this to a teacher who has zero experience in biotech, they actually even know how to deliver it properly to the student, in addition to how to properly assess that student. So it's pretty involved in what we give them. We don't just give them a book and, a study guide or anything like that. It boils down, even down to the pedagogy of how you're going to teach this course. Because if you want students to have the soft skills that you need for industry, you have to turn those students into proactive learners. And that means it really does have to be a student-centered classroom. There can't be memorization, or it can't be focused on that. It has to be focused on, essentially, they master the skill and they master the knowledge, and they have to be able to demonstrate it back. Literally, for a successful biotech program, your students graduate knowing what they know. It sounds kind of crazy, but the first time I discovered this is when our students went out on an interview and someone asked them a question and they just kind of couldn't provide an intelligent answer of exactly what they knew and what they did not know. Because for them to even gain additional information, they have to know what they don't know. And so that we're going to do this, I do this at the high school level too, with my high school teachers and high school students. And I will tell you, this is the hardest thing to do. Way harder than laboratory skills and knowledge is to get them to be this. Sounds kind of crazy, but... So we have to turn our teachers into that, because if the teachers don't model that, the students just blow it off. That's it.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Okay. Next up, we have San Jacinto College, Jeff Parks. Faye, will you be co-presenting? We'll be talking about the Workforce Education Course Manual Leadership Project. You may recall that this was a grant that Midland College had for a long time, and for a variety of reasons, including the high cost of hotel rooms in the Midland area because of the boom in the oil and gas industry, really. Faculty that come together in the summer for the WECM workshops, they were unable to pay anywhere near the state rate, which is, of course, with a federal grant, it's a requirement. The state rates are based on the federal rates for hotels, so, it was not possible to continue because of those costs, which we're finding all over the state in small pockets, that towns you would never think of as being really high cost hotels like Victoria, even Snyder, because they can't, they don't have enough rooms for the people that are working in the oil and gas industry. So we thank San Jacinto College so much for their willingness to, apply for this grant and take it over.
Certainly, we're happy to have it, and we like the punishment that goes along with it. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, we're very excited to have it, and so I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about the WECA maintenance. Has anybody ever heard of it before? Oh yeah, okay. It's been around since 1995, so it's a long time that it's been around. Of course, the reason it was around is because of the fact that we used to have so many courses that were available in the state of Texas, about 33,000 courses, and then we developed WECM, and we were able to get that down to about 18,000 courses. And so consequently, we were always trying to improve that process and make sure that everyone is involved in making the courses better for the state of Texas, and that's what we're trying to do here. Of course, everything it's housed and funded by the coordinating board, and it's overseen by the WECM Leadership Committee, and we're going to talk about the makeup of that committee a little bit later on. Then the project staff. The project staff is Faye Murphy is the director, and I'm the fiscal agent, oversee the project itself, and then we also have a workshop coordinator, and that's Karen Vaughn. We're going to talk about that. We do our workshops as Donna talked about. The big consideration was the hotels that came into being an issue out in Midland. Midland has done a marvelous job of leading this project up, but that was one of the issues that we had. It's a field-driven process. Of course, we're bringing in instructional specialists all across the state of Texas for the particular areas. During the presentation, we're also going to tell you the areas that we're going to be getting into this year as far as which ones that we're going to be reviewing this year. The Leadership Committee, we have 16 college administrators from 13 different community and technical colleges across the state of Texas. Since 2002, we've had 51 different college administrators from across the state of Texas, representing 33 different colleges. We try to get as many people involved in that process as possible. We're always, basically going out and recruiting more people to be involved in the leadership process. We have quarterly meetings where we're coming in, and now we're actually meeting here. So if you like being on the web, you like being famous, that's what we do. Is we sit in front of the entire state of Texas and do a webinar all day when we have our quarterly meetings, and get that. The nice thing about it is some people were a little bit nervous about that when we first started talking about it. It's like, I think it'll be a good thing, and actually we've gone back to the tape because we had some questions about some things that we had talked about, and it's like, hey, it's on YouTube. Let's go back and look at what we talked about, and so it was actually very good. I think it's a very good thing for us to broadcast these and have it available for everybody. Keep everybody in the loop of what's going on with WECM. Like I said, those are the project staff for SJC and WECM. We're keeping up with organizing the leadership committee. We're responding to any time that there is a concern that comes in from across the state. I have a concern about this course, or what about this? Why was something archived? Then we respond back to that. A lot of time, Faye will just respond back immediately. Sometimes it's sent out to the entire leadership when it's a question about something in particular that it wasn't exactly in the protocol, for instance. And we base it all off of our protocols, but then we also use past experience to go into that as well. We write the project, monitor the project, and then, of course, we're the ones putting everything together for the workshops. Last year we did the project maintenance down at San Jacinto College on our central campus. We have a transportation center that we held it in. It's a nice facility for it. It has the capacity, and plus we have the hotels and everything else that we can work with in the area. When we talk about the summer workshops, of course, we're getting everything put together as far as the lodging and the accommodations, transportation, the food, getting the facilitators together, we're making more revisions to the nomination page. We were talking about that on our last WECM leadership meeting, and the nomination page is one of the key crucial ingredients to making this successful, because what we have to do is, what we're finding out, let me rephrase that. What we're finding out is we have a lot of new administrators coming in from across the state, whether it's from out of state or they're moving into administrative ranks as our whole population is changing in community colleges. Well, consequently, because that's changing, when we send out the nomination page and we ask for people to look at the particular SIPs that we're going to be reviewing, and nominate people based on that. Well, some people say, what's a SIP? You know, and so then what happens is we have lack of participation because of that. And so we've gone in and we're revising our nomination page to include not only SIPs, but we're also going to be looking at the rubric and the courses and titles, and make it easier for the new administrator that's coming on board to be able to say, I got somebody that's a specialist in that area. I know somebody that I can send. And so that's what we're looking for, is trying to continually improve. And so, of course, we're going to be getting together the workshop mentors. The workshop mentors oversee the whole workshop itself. The facilitators run each one of the individual workshops. And then the instructional specialists, we're bringing the instructional specialists in and the data specialists as well. To actually do all of the daily activities as far as inputting all the information. Entering the new courses into the website for the coordinating board. Training participants in writing protocols as far as how to properly write the courses, what needs to be done to get that done correctly, and then evaluates the workshop and builds a plan for improvement. You know, we get that feedback all the time. You know, one of the big things that people will always complain about is if the food is no good. But we do get that constant feedback so that we can continue to update things and make sure that we have a good workshop for everybody. So we had a lot of good feedback last year. Protocol guidelines, when we talk about the particular protocols, we review protocols on a regular basis, and when we're in our leadership meetings. And so we always want to make sure that we keep those protocols up to date and relevant to what we're working with. And looking at the course review models, all of our models are in the protocols. We're using a lot more Model 2 workshops because of the fact that after we've started to look at what we're going to be offering for particular areas, we found out that we can meet the needs of what we're trying to do with doing Model 2 workshops, which is more on an individual basis, where we have a facilitator work with a group of colleges that is a very small group. Maybe there's only 3, I think our protocol is up to 4 colleges that offer that particular program. And so we can condense that down and get the people to actually review those courses and do a very nice job at that. And then, of course, the composition of the WECM Leadership Committee. That is also in the protocol guidelines. So who keeps it going? Well, that's everything from the maintenance staff for WECM, which is like I said, that's Faye and Karen. The leadership committee, they're overseeing the maintenance of the protocols and updating that improvement process as we do our workshops. The TACE WECM leadership committee, they review the CE courses and special topics and local need courses. And then our WECM workshops, we're reviewing our workshops within the career cluster model approximately every 3 years. One of the things that we've been discussing lately, though, is as we start talking about programs of study and implementing programs of study into having these linked together, we're looking at a 4-year process just because of the fact of the vast size that we're going to be dealing with when we start reviewing this. And so that's been discussed in WECM leadership as well. Our facilitators that are working on the workshops for CE and credit, those are college administrators. Our FITS and training, We still have quite a few FITs that have gone through, and so they're ready to be facilitators. And then our instructional specialists, of course, which are all the people in the particular programs of study from across the state, those specialists from those areas. And then the data specialists, like I said, they input all the information into a particular course so that we can put it into the database and make the revisions to it. The outcomes from WECM maintenance, what we're going to be doing is reviewing, of course, each course description, the overarching outcomes, and that's really where we're always going to be starting from, is talking about those courses, what those learning outcomes are, and getting to what Larry was working on earlier. He's down at the 1,000-foot or the 10-foot level, and we're up at the 30,000-foot level in very broad-based outcomes, and so those are reviewed by the instructional specialists. And then we make sure that we're looking at the course title and description, and then the faculty are actually going to go through and support the knowledge for CTE throughout the state. What the task force does when we start talking about particular workshops that we're going to hold, the task force is a group that comes together, decides on the courses that we're going to be, or the career cluster that we're going to be looking at, and then we start to drill down into the particular SIPs and the rubrics that we're going to be reviewing so that we can get it on that 3-year or 4-year cycle, whatever we finally put into the process. And then they take that information. They're the ones that are doing the work to take the information to the leadership, to have the leadership review it and say, this makes sense, and let's offer these as the workshops, and then that's approved from that point on. And then, of course, the support from the coordinating board. We really appreciate all that support that the coordinating board gives, and having those common courses. Now, when we get to maintenance goals for the 2013-14 year, I'm going to turn it over to our project director, Dr. Faye Murphy.
As you all might expect, when we get to the work that we have to do, we'll let Faye come aboard, okay? You all, I can't tell you how much I appreciate WECM, okay? WECM has pulled this state together and made it possible for you all to do some of the things that you're doing in these other innovative projects. I truly believe that. Prior to WECM, we each had to submit what we call now a local need course. The coordinating board had to review that course and approve it before we could offer it. You talk about a time lapse. And I think frequently of Dwayne. Now, how would Dwayne have handled that job? You did. He did for a while. So basically what WECM did was to pull the state together. And I see this as step one to pulling us together. We certainly have a good system now. We have a new database. All of this has happened because we've had a continuous improvement process. This was only made possible because we have Perkins funds that can fund this process. So our goals this year would be to provide support in the efficient delivery of workforce education courses. Okay, what kind of support do we need? We want to review and respond to comments submitted via the WECM website. And you all, our faculty members, are not asking as many questions as they did 3 or 4 years ago. They know how to use the system. They do look at the system. And they do ask questions about some of the courses, but it's really minor as compared to several years ago. We disseminate WECM information to professional organizations. This year we will be presenting in 4 different conferences. So we try to get out, just like some of you all, to talk to the people that attend those conferences. Sad part of it is, not everyone attends the conference. But the faculty members do come to write the courses. So that gives us an opportunity to, again, help them to learn about career and technology education. Is the time about up? Well, oh me, I failed in this. Here it is. Okay, let's go to the next one then. Identify and review the courses that align with the Texas Career Clusters Program of Study. We looked at all of the 52 zip code courses, and we found that these courses aligned to 3 of the career clusters. So, no, I'm sorry, I'm getting into the other one. They align with 4 of the career clusters, and so those courses will be reviewed in those clusters. We will conduct 4 WECM course writing workshops. The first one will be May 22nd, and we will finish our workshops before the end of June. We want to provide support for the WECM Task Force and Leadership Committee. We plan and arrange for quarterly meetings of the WECM Task Force and Leadership Committees. And with all sincerity, these meetings are really wonderful because we come together and we talk about what's going on in the state of Texas, and it really is helpful. We work on improving the online instructional nomination form. We have worked on that because, as Jeff indicated, the number of participants that applied last year to be reviewers dropped somewhat. So we have, right now, we're working on that, and it should be ready for our next committee meeting so that they can review the outcomes of that nomination form. We want to maintain minutes and other documents resulting from the WECM meetings and the course writing process. You've got to have minutes because you have to have documentation to go back and look at. We plan and conduct training in efficient course writing and WECM protocol. We do this at the professional organizations, but we also do it with the faculty when they come together in the summer. We perform data entry and course editing. Once we complete the review of these courses, the faculty will be trained so that they will make some changes as they see problems, and then we will enter this into a database, and then it will be submitted to the coordinating board. What have we done this year? Well, the transition from Midland to San Jacinto was a challenge because Midland had had the project for a long time. They had staff that really understood everything. So as we began to transition, you're talking about files, you're talking about materials that we could use to help us. So ultimately what they did, which is just a great big favor, they dropped all of their electronic files into a Dropbox. They categorized it so I can easily access all of those files, and they sent the paper copies to San Jacinto. So they made it much easier. I spent some time in Midland working with them so that we could do this transition. It was very helpful. They developed also a timeline for us to align the WECM workshops with the career clusters. We've all got to begin to think of career clusters. That's the federal way. So we now have our WECM workshops planned out until 2017 so that we can see what clusters will be written. And we have now the hotels reserved for the summer workshops. You all, when you have to have 60 rooms, that's a challenge. And we were just able to finalize that this last week. So we're pretty excited that we do have a hotel for each of the workshops where all of the participants can stay. And that's nice because this allows them to work together again. Okay, we're also, as we said earlier, we are working on that web-based nomination form. And we're working also on the notebooks because every facilitator has to have a notebook with all the materials that they need for that workshop, including the protocols, so that we're sure that we actually follow the same protocol for every workshop. And then we have reviewed the facilitators, and we have made the selection for the facilitators that we will invite to work this summer. What? Intermodal 2. Yes, just Intermodal 2. And those are the ones that we do not bring the faculty together, but they go to the faculty online to work with them. What are our challenges? Linking ongoing course revisions with future plans for state programs of study. As you all know, we are working on another project, and that's programs of study. We want to be sure that the programs of study are linked back to the WECM. So we've had to revise the protocol to make this possible, and we're moving in that direction. This is an ongoing discussion, though. We want to reduce the number of courses in the WECM database. As I told you earlier, we moved from local need courses to state WECM courses. We still have a lot of redundancy. I'm hoping that some of these other projects will help as we begin to move in that direction, and I believe they will. So what we want to do is to try to reduce the number of courses. Reduce the number of courses and have more colleges requiring the same courses. Then when you do this, it will be easier for us to have a little more commonality in our programs that are approved under a selected SIP.
Do you mind me? I have a question. I'm curious. How can you, is there a move to try to link this to what happens in skill standards? So if a program is approved through the skill standards, or you develop a course study in skill standards, then to link it back to maybe like triggering something in WECM that needs to be looked at?
Well, that's actually something that we're looking at for programs of study. We're going to be linking programs of study with Texas Skills Standards, and then as we start to look at that, then we'll be making decisions on what overall common curriculum that we can be offering for the state of Texas, and then yes, that would eventually get back to WECM, because WECM is just strictly courses.
Right.
It really bodes itself well to be looking at Texas Skills Standards under a broader curriculum basis as opposed to particular courses.
Yeah, I bring this up because since I put in a certificate for biomanufacturing, I had to put in 2 new courses. I put them in fast. They're like local needs. And I've already talked to the other 6 biotech programs, and of course they're very interested in offering the program, and they'd like to WECMize them, so to speak.
And certainly, we always have to continue to work on, are we making our decisions based on the protocol? Because we want to be consistent. This is a very important document. I didn't know you needed protocol when I first started working on the WECM. However, it is just the document that I go to almost every day to be sure that what I'm doing is what I should be doing. We want to increase the portability of credit for skills. You all are working on the same thing. We want to be sure that our students can transfer. There's still a little bit of an issue, and that is if a student takes a 3-hour course and a 4-hour course is required in a degree plan, they're probably not going to get credit. So unless they can do credit by examination. This is still a bit of a challenge. I don't know how that can be resolved, but I will continue to keep it on my list of concerns. We want less redundancy in the WECM courses, and I'm confident that all of you have observed this. And then, of course, we always have budget challenges. This is an expensive process. It takes a lot of money, and the coordinating board has been very good to fund this project at a level so that we could do it. But we really do work on a very tight budget. Questions?
Did you say which SIPs were being covered this summer? I know the health programs are.
Health. It's cosmetology, mental health. See, that comes under the 51. Mm-hmm. So in many cases, I'm looking at 51 SIP, and it's the 51 SIPs and then cosmetology. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Now I'm a new guy.
That's fine.
So you'll have to explain in new guy terms. Would you explain a little bit further?
Basically, when we first started, I mean, we kind of had to take step 1, 2, 3, and the WECM is refined to the level that the advisory committee now believes that we can do it every 4 years instead of every 3 years. But in the beginning, that was really essential that we help the faculty members to understand. Mm-hmm. Yes, Dwayne wants to say something too. Yes, I think.
One thing, like when the WECM was first rolled out, they did it by certain zip codes, and the zip codes didn't really relate to each other. We started with 19, 20, and 48, which was child care, and 48 is like welding and drafting. So you see that they weren't really grouped by subject area. What we started doing a couple of years ago, we started with the programs of study, is we started grouping the programs, more similar programs to be in the same workshop. Based on cluster, right. And what we found out is there are some summers that are going to be really heavy because, like, this coming summer is going to be the healthcare, and there's just so many that we can't really do them all in one summer. Some summers will be a bit lighter, like I think last summer was lighter, which was thankful because that was our transition year from Midland to San Jacinto. And so kind of got all the bugs worked out, and we didn't have a tremendous amount of, it's also the first year of the new database. So speaking of bugs, so there, you know, we got all the bugs worked out. We didn't have a whole lot of courses to review. But anyway, as we started grouping them by clusters, we realized that some summers were going to be too heavy if we kept the same 3-year schedule. So that's why we kind of spread them out over 4 years. So that's the short answer.
Also, we're going to still have all of our triggers that are normally in place based on protocol. So if there is an area, such as the IT area, they may need to have more often to update to keep current with things.
Yeah.
And so that's another thing that we're looking at. Biotech would also be another area that. So we've looked at that as well. So our triggers are still there, but what we've done is we've spread it out for areas that wouldn't have that. Things aren't changing that quickly, and that allows us to be able to get things done, to be able to manage the overall process. Also work within the restrictions of what we have for facilities. You know, we're limited on facilities of what we can actually do in our particular transportation center. And so there's a lot of things that we had to look at as we started to develop this out as moving it to San Jacinto College. And so we want to make sure that we're doing this efficiently and effectively. And so that was another consideration.
Thank you.
You bet.
I really believe that the summer workshops are just wonderful in terms of faculty development, because in many cases you have a person who is head of a program. That person teaches all the courses in the program, and they're pretty much running that program alone. And so when they're able to meet with their colleagues across the state of Texas, it's just a great learning time for them, and they begin to build relationships and friendships, and they are long-lasting. You will hear the faculty say, I thought a certain faculty member would be here. She said she was planning. She applied. Well, not all faculty that apply get to come, because we certainly have a limitation there. But we try to have small colleges, large colleges, and across the state represented. So I always find that funny that they are looking for the colleagues that they worked with before.
And I wanted to mention also, many of you may know this, that Perkins Basic Funds can be used to pay for faculty to attend the workshops. That is one thing that's not included in the grant, is the cost of faculty travel when they go. And this, as was mentioned earlier, this is a faculty-driven process for the course development and revision. So it's fine to include that in the basic grant costs for travel for faculty.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, we're right on time then for a 15-minute break till 2:45. Discussion at the end, and then we'll wrap it up. So, happy to have another new grantee that will be presenting. Joe Todaro from TSTC Waco will be presenting on advanced irrigation and water conservation training. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. First of all, I want to I got a couple of thank yous to get out of the way. One is the coordinating board itself for recognizing this opportunity and giving us a chance to work on this. I'm very excited as a person that's closely tied to this industry. But a newbie does not even begin to describe me. So grant writing, those types of things, totally foreign to me and our staff there at TSTC, Sandy and Dr. Lynn Parks. They're the ones that made this happen. The patience that they had with me, asking, now, you want to do what? What is that? What is that? What are you talking about? And the way that they took some of the concepts that we had, some of the things we wanted to study, some of the things we wanted to do, and get them into a grant is, I just can't thank you enough. I am a department chair, the department chair of the Golf Course and Landscape Management Program at TSTC Waco, and I've held that position for the grand total of about 4 months. So I was hired. I actually serve also as the golf course superintendent at Conley Golf Course, which is a course that the college has owned since the late 50s. Air Force built it and deeded it over. So I serve in that capacity right now, a little less hands-on, obviously. They told me this department chair thing takes a few hours, and they have proven right. So. So I'm excited to be here. This is a totally new thing for me. But this world that we're talking about of irrigation is something that my background. I was an early '90s graduate of this program when it was really first started, and been in the industry for 20 years. So the rationale, what we have dealt with in this industry, is the state of water availability in Texas, and you don't really have to have very much current event knowledge to understand what our water situation is. Proposition 6, many of you probably know about that. Somewhat controversial, as most bills or propositions are. I'm not here to talk on one side or the other about it, but it was interesting to talk about where we are water-wise, the fact that this came up. And here's some comments. You could probably figure out where this person stands. Says you can't buy rain, but voters seem to have been bamboozled into thinking they can and have their fracking wells, golf courses, and green lawns too. Now, have we hit every political hot button that we could in that one statement? The thing about it is there is a public perception of water use for landscape irrigation. We're not even going to talk about agriculture. We're not prepared to deal with that in our program. But landscape irrigation is a huge thing. Golf courses, as well as the landscape industry. Here's some others. The water bank, and that's just a particular part of Proposition 6, will fund projects like large reservoirs and pipelines for water-wasting customers in cities. That's my emphasis there. That would further deplete the state's water resources. It's hard to figure out where that person comes down, right? Again, the public perception of water use in Texas. Here's a good one. I like this one. Conservation and innovation are the best bets for the future. That's where we gain this momentum and this idea to offer this training comes from ideas like that. The governor, we can't make it rain, but we can take measures to extend our existing water supply and work to develop new supplies. Again, talking about Proposition 6. So it doesn't, we don't have to talk too much about the fact that water is an issue in Texas. We've heard much in the news about that. The question is, why us and why TSTC? The fact of the matter is we train, our program, our school trains the designers, we train installers, we train the operators of the irrigation systems themselves. Thus, we train users of the Texas landscape irrigation water. And this this industry, the training in this industry is why we applied for this grant. It's what we think we can do a better job of. It's a disconnect. Designers understand conservation. They understand proper methods. Then maybe it gets lost on the installers. It certainly gets lost on the operators. And so this disconnect, there's not anything new in trying to conserve water. There's nothing new to that. The technology evolves every day, but there's nothing new in that. It's getting the operators to do it. And that's simply a training issue. It's simply something making them understand that you can do this. So you want to talk about a statewide impact. The impact of irrigation water and effectively using irrigation water impacts everywhere in the state. So the objective, fairly simple. We need to develop advanced irrigation training. The first step of that is a class HALT 2310. That's a class we teach that is for matriculating students in our program. We are also going to develop CE DL courses, and this thing we'll talk a little bit more about evolving as we talk to industry partners and talk to advisory committee people. This has really evolved to a lot of different things that we actually have the ability to deliver that's not being delivered by some of the four-year schools that are more heavily involved in research. So we can develop classes, we can deliver classes for CE use. The TCEQ is the main entity that controls Texas Water. They license irrigators. They give them CEUs. They have part of this grant. We have reached out to them to allow us to develop some CEU classes. There aren't as many as what you would think, and a lot of them are not as relevant. There aren't as many, and so you end up taking maybe the same class every 3 years. I myself have done that several times, taking the exact same class because that's what was available. That's what was offered. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. So the methodology, advisory committee. We talked earlier, and you were asking about Donna how do we get advisory committee people engaged. I was advisory committee to this program for years, and come straight from the industry. They want to be engaged. They just you can't reach out to an industry person, a manufacturer, somebody that distributes products and say, listen, anytime you want, we sure use your help. That doesn't work. Their schedules don't allow that. They're not going to reach out to us unprovoked, but they love for us to reach out to them and to engage them and to ask them to get involved. And we have done that just ad nauseum. I mean, we have really, really reached out and really worked with these guys. So some of the different ones, we have irrigation designers, a very specialized field, not only for landscape irrigation, but for golf course irrigation as well. They have their professional organizations that they belong to. We have manufacturers representatives, people like Rainbird, Toro, those types of companies that make this product. They're the ones leading, the product innovation. So I actually happen to work for one of them, so I have lots of contacts and understanding about how they work, understanding about how they are willing to reach out to us. Golf course superintendents, GCSAA representatives, that is the National Association of Golf Course Superintendents. I have several of them that are helping us with this, that are actually helping us walk some of these classes through the CEU requirements that GCSAA has. So that's something that will make the class itself really appealing. And then TCEQ partnerships and irrigation and landscape contractors are just that's some of the different committee members that we have. And their function, obviously, is to advise us on this curriculum. We spend a lot of time. What is it that we need to teach? There's a lot of stuff. Irrigation, there are thousands of classes, thousands of things that can be done that are already out there. And what they are helping us with is what are the timely things that are needed for us here in Texas? What are the timely things that we can deliver to our students that are coming through the program, and what can we deliver to those already in the industry? So the advisory committee is, even though I have a lot of ideas myself, they have really helped us to coalesce these ideas into a working system that we can put together. There is a curriculum and equipment. Again, I do have a lot of experience, but there are a lot of things out there, so it's taken some time to research. I've had to take some time to research some of the things that have been written, some of the things that have been done to advance water conservation and just properly using irrigation systems. There's methods, there's equipment, a lot of measuring equipment now. And it's not just sprinklers, although sprinklers, controllers, things like that have gone through a great technological advance. But the other thing out there is moisture, weather, agronomic, just measuring devices, things we need to. If you don't waste irrigation, the best way not to do that is to apply how much it needs, how much the turf needs, how much your plant needs. So that's one of the biggest wasters of water, is just overwatering. In fact, there's a lot of studies right now that are being done that water rationing is actually a water waster, because if you give somebody 1 day a week, well, they're going to turn it on for 2 or 3 hours, and after about 10 minutes, that's a waste. So getting to homeowners is an issue, working with homeowners, but we're going to start with the power users, those that run campuses, those that run large corporate landscapes, golf course superintendents. We feel we can make a dent with them, and a lot of that is measuring the advance in technology in measuring precipitation, measuring the amount of water, measuring the amount of moisture that's needed is extremely advanced. And so that's what this grant helps us do, is to come up with some of that. We can talk about it in class, but we are fortunate at TSTC in Waco. We have a 4-hole golf course right outside our door. We maintain it. It's our lab. But we also have the 18-hole golf course just right around the corner that we own. And so we have a live laboratory that we can do a lot with. It's all currently irrigated, but there are things that we can do. We can actually introduce these. Plus we have a fairly new building on campus, one of the newer ones, and it's a pretty good. It's about 2 city blocks worth of our building and our offices, our greenhouse, things like that. So all of that is irrigated, and we can work with that. So we have a lot of laboratory space, from everything from just the smallest sprinkler head up to the golf weather station type golf sprinkler head. So we got a lot of room to work. So as far as the progress, developing this 2310, we kind of had a deadline of this semester because that's what I'm teaching this spring. So that was the first thing that we had to do, was develop that. And part of that, again, we met with the committee members lots of different times. I can't tell you how many phone calls, conference calls, meetings we got together any way and every way we could. There was a couple of conferences in particular that were important. One here in Austin was the Irrigation Association, which is really, it sounds like a fairly generic term, but it is the national, really worldwide association that's recognized in irrigation. But that was right here in Austin in November, and then actually the very next week was the Texas Turfgrass Association conference in Dallas. And those are places where, as you can imagine, every type of operator, manufacturer, contractor comes together, and it was a great chance to meet people. Yes, ma'am.
I was just wondering if you're going to be interfacing with some of the other programs that be interested, because I know TSTC also has the viticulture program, and just based on what I know in the wine industry, they actually do much of the same for production of grapes. They monitor how much water is required, even down to different areas within their field, and change it accordingly. And I could see where you could be working with them?
That's actually in my department. So
okay,
the viticulture and enology program is actually part of our department. We, to your point, we have a vineyard that we are going to be irrigating and doing a lot of those same things.
Yeah, I could see. Well, see, having worked at NSF, I know about the center grant for viticulture, so I think they would all be interested too.
Right, we're a partner of that,
right.
And that's through Vesta. So we are. So
right.
that is. So it's a good question. Yes, we are closely tied in with that. So. Anyway, the face-to-face conferences, many phone calls, conference calls. This was really a big part of it because we all understand it's very, very important for us to do something that's transferable to skills for graduates and for just the takers of our courses, whether they're CEU courses or whether they're matriculated students that graduate from our program. It is very, 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 very important that those skills translate to jobs. And our business is a somewhat a small business. I know people across the country, certainly across the state, and the reputations follow students. Right now, TSDC Waco has a very good reputation nationwide. We have superintendents in a lot of high-level jobs, and then irrigation companies, landscape companies, because they understand our hands-on approach. They understand. We'll visit with that just in a second of what we do well. But it's very important to talk to those employers to understand. I don't want to spend any time doing something that they don't have a value in, that they don't see a value in. So this makes it all possible. We purchased some curriculum resources. Again, I thought the students probably deserved better than off the top of my head. I have a lot of knowledge in this, but we did purchase some resources. There is no one single book that we can buy and go through it, so we have to pull from lots of different resources to write this class, to develop this class, and that's kind of an ongoing process. The interesting thing is we're getting members' own publications in their work. That's a part of this process. A part of the curriculum is recognized leaders in this industry. Or sure, here's some plans. Here's a class I give to Iowa State. Here's some things like that really prove helpful in what we teach and how we teach it. Came from our advisory committee. Talked about this, so this is more the progress. So we've already purchased some things. A lot of the things we've started with initially are some of these measuring devices, lots of handheld devices, things that we can install that the kind of the beginning of this class sets up for some of that stuff. We've done it, we've purchased it, inventoried, it's in hand, and we're in the middle of doing requisitions for more types. And we're really getting a lot of input too from manufacturers as to some of the things that that they think we should be buying and have on hand for this training. So the progress is the first class was yesterday. So we're that far along. We have this class done, and I taught the first class yesterday. So we are off and running with the matriculated class. Some of these other things, the hybrid, the DL, the CE classes, we're kind of evolving our view as we take inventory of what's out there. And I think the questions kind of help with this. If we take inventory of what's out there and what's already being taught, we're trying to analyze where the gaps are, and the gaps that we're finding are in the end users putting this stuff to work. It's a bang for the buck, and what are we the most effective at? I'm sorry, let me go back. The bang for the buck that they can get, for example, contractors that have a workforce that need training and it's too expensive, time-consuming to do it on their own. We have a lot of them reaching out to us through this process that you provide that. So there's CE classes. There may even be a skills certificate that we can develop that comes out of this. things that we do well are we're training technicians. So we develop ways to teach them to do it properly. There's lots of tools out there, but you have guys, even very highly educated guys that are in really, really prestigious jobs that do this well. Sometimes you'll see presentations and you'll see all of these different tools that are out there, and they just get overwhelmed. They're like, well, we can't mess with that. Well, I don't have time. I got committee meetings to go to. I have salesmen to see. I don't have time to get into all of this. Well, we think, and a lot of the committee members think, we actually have an opportunity to perhaps lay that out for them through this. Well, here's how you can here's exactly how you can do this with your staff directly, and in a training format that maybe figures out some of the bugs for them, some of the templates that Dr. Fletcher was talking about. They don't want to. These folks don't have the time to do it themselves, to figure out how to do it themselves sometimes. So that's what we're figuring out for them. And if we can give them a template that, listen, you can use this moisture meter in this way, this many days a week, and it's going to tell you this information, then you could cut that individual's water use by 30-40%. So those are the type of things that helped us generate the desire to do this, and that we're going to use to carry it out. And the formats. That is a big question for us, is effectively how do we deliver this based on students' needs and CE students' needs. How can we deliver this online in a hybrid format, a 15-week intense class? I mean, there are a lot of different concepts that we're working on to try to figure out how do we best deliver this. So that is, in essence, what we were working on. This is obviously our very beginning. We've just started this, and so we've got a lot more to do, a lot more to work on, and we're excited about, because this grant allows us to actually do some things that we can't do otherwise. And so we're able to translate that to the associations. Those are other things that we're going to work with. These different associations have asked us when we develop this to come and present it to them, because they have a lot of the same stale type presentations that are year after year, the same Aggie that gets up and gives the same talk year after year is good, but they don't have anything else. They don't have anything else to any other topics that anybody's willing to talk about. And so these are some of the things maybe we can help with. I love Texas A&M if any of them are listening. Go Baylor. So we are. That is really in essence. If hopefully you guys have some questions or.
I just have one question, sort of comment. I think I got it here. Are you also planning on maybe marketing this to municipalities? A lot of city water employees and things like that out there that could probably use this type of training too.
What we've thought about already, I think, encompasses some of this. Is those folks go to these, they will be members of certain organizations themselves. We will be, and we'll give it to them. But actually, there are some things with the City of Austin that we have. They've made some mandates and some testing requirements that there's not a lot of individuals that know how to do. And so we can aid with things like that. But through some of our relationships with manufacturers, they have a lot of contacts, city workers, and then large contractors sometimes get together. Like the Valley Crest companies, the Brinkman, those large national companies that maintain a lot of irrigated landscape. They need training. And they actually look at this. The neat thing about that, they actually look at this as a marketing standpoint for them. If they can get them more training, they put that in their sales pitch and go out to say, this is why you should hire us, because we have this training that our competitors don't have. So,
you may have already said this, Joe, but how long is the training? I mean, what is it? What's the duration of the?
Well, this first class is it's a 15-week class. It's one of our classes. So we have it's a new. Well, 2310. It is a WECM class. We are so that's a new class to our degree program. And actually, I was hired as a superintendent, as an instructor to teach that class by my boss at the time, who then retired, and I took her job, and so now we're going to kind of do all of it. So, but that's where these other things, this other deliverables, we have other classes that we are to that through this grant we are to deliver, and we're working on what's the best form of some of those. We may put this entire class online. But I think we're going to evolve into other types of CE classes. We may even do some things out of our Hutto branch. I don't know for sure yet. Those are some things being talked about. We can make an impact here, but certainly online classes such as that, and they could be a CE type class. They could be a 15-week online class. So the thing we have to really get our hands on is exactly the biggest bang for the buck that we can provide to those users who want this education, and so that's something that's an ever evolving. How do we fit the gaps that all of the other stuff doesn't hit? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about the course itself. How will this enhance a student's job opportunities if they add this to their degree? Where would new jobs open, or?
That's a great question. First of all, there's the first thing it would do, it make them more qualified over others. Having been in the industry and people that are in the industry, these committee members have told me one of the things that most turf students in any type of a program, 4-year or ours, lack is irrigation-specific training. A lot of times that is instructor-based, because this is a fairly specialized field. If you know how to mow grass, you may not know anything about irrigation. So it's a specialized field, and that means there's a lacking of good, effective training, because schools they don't have money to get samples, and the Toro can't give everybody heads to play with to learn what the newest things are, and so employers they're just faced with the reality, well, we're going to hire this guy, pretty good guy, it's a pretty good program, but we're going to have to train him. We're going to have to train him, and he's just going to have to work at the irrigation, on irrigation, to just kind of learn the ropes. Well, we feel we can, with this class, because we're actually going to, through this class, facilitate them being a licensed irrigator when they come out of it. That right there will make a $6 to $7 an hour difference in their job. Just by being a licensed irrigator. Through this, we can help facilitate that, and I mean to me that's a pretty good impact. On a person that's maybe going out to make $15, $16, $17 an hour, and he gets a $5 to $6 an hour raise simply by that one piece of paper. So,
does this? Well, I forgot what I was going to ask. I'll come back.
All right.
So is what you just said, am I understanding this correctly, that taking this one course would give a student an advanced credential that would make them more marketable?
It gives them, we have to develop that, because there is TCEQ has a state irrigator's license. Mm-hmm. This, when we complete the grant, we will be recognized as an official state supplier of the basic training that they require. So then we will require them, and we can do this with our students. We'll get a van, we'll take the class, we'll pile everybody in a couple of vans and go down and take the class. Or we've even talked with them about coming up to administer the exam to us. Then they're a licensed irrigator, and that in and of itself. But we're able to do that through this grant and developing this course, and the other courses that we're going to develop as well. So that's what helps us. Yes, ma'am.
Type of special testing or licensures or anything that they need to go with this course, or just graduating from it and getting a degree?
pretty much this license I'm talking about through the state, the licensed irrigator, and to differentiate, they have several levels of irrigator licenses. There's installers. There's what we're going to get them qualified for is a licensed irrigator, which is the highest level of license that they have for installers, for irrigators. And so, yes, this class will be the catalyst that helps us get that, because currently, if you're not approved by TCEQ to offer this training, obviously a 15-week course, we have done a lot of training in irrigation, but they still have to go take a 40-hour class that is some $500 and sit through that. They could be an irrigation major, but they have to go sit through this class if there hasn't been something along the way that was worked out with TCEQ that qualifies as their basic training, because it's a mandatory training to sit for this license. Now, they have to sit and pass the license test, but they have to take this training first. So by developing this class, we have, and part of writing this grant was me reaching out to TCEQ saying we have a desire to do this, and they said, well, here's all the stuff you have to give us, so we're going to meet all those obligations and then be able to effectively put them on a list as eligible to sit for the test. So that's a huge thing that they just don't go do on their own. They graduate, and what graduate wants to, the first thing they do, go spend $400 on a 40-hour class that they end up helping teach. So,
do you see this as a one-year certificate program? Because obviously we're looking at completers. Will this be a one-year certificate program or a 2-year associate degree when you complete the whole program?
Yes. What we will, it's a couple of different things. That HALT 2310 is part of our associate's degree. So that supplements what we do in a overall education for turf managers. But these other classes, these other deliverables, I actually see a certificate, a mastery of skills certificate in the future for that, and then as well as CE classes. There's just there really are a shortage of those. You wouldn't think there would be, but there really are a shortage, and of useful ones, for lack of a better term. So we can certainly provide useful ones and make them available. The online portion is a huge thing. There's not that many online courses. You have to take 24 hours every 3 years of continuing education to maintain your license. And there's just not an overabundance of those, especially online, to be able to take, and we certainly should be able to do that. It's not, developing an online class isn't easy, as I'm currently finding out, but we certainly going to be able to do it. So.
Okay. Thank you so much, Joe.
Thank you.
Okay. And last up, San Jacinto College. I think Jeff's leaving? No. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's all right.
This grant is the Program of Study Strategic Alignment Grant that we've heard a little bit about leading up to this. So
yeah, I feel like Tom Jones or Frank Sinatra. 2 shows on the weekdays and 3 on Saturday. We get everything? Okay.
Is that it?
Yep. Don't forget to tip your waiters. Thank you, Dwayne. Program of Study, Strategic Alignment. This is a project that we started last year, and we continued on this year, and this is going to continue to grow as we've quickly discovered. The overview of the Program of Study grant. One of the things with programs of study is we've had several projects in the state of Texas. Well, I say several. Well, it's basically 3 projects in the state of Texas. A couple of projects that you can see up there was Dallas, and then Tarrant County worked with Dr. Tomerlin actually on the program of study development for the energy career cluster. And then I took over this grant, like I said, last year, and the interesting thing about this is we've got these projects, and we need to have these projects because in Perkins 4, talks about how we need to be developing programs of study. And so consequently, when we were developing the energy career cluster, we were looking at it that this was basically about a 2.5-year process that we went through. And we started to do the math because there's 79 career clusters and 142 pathways, programs of study pathways. And you start doing the math on 2.5 years per pathway, and you start to think, wow, I'm going to be long retired before this ever gets done unless we find a different way of doing this. And so we came up with the program of study project to try to develop it out based on getting some linkage to how we're working with WECM. As Dwayne talked about earlier, we went to the career cluster model with WECM, and we started to look at what cores of classes do we have some commonality at that we'd want to have everybody in the room at the same time to talk about those particular courses so that they can have input on those courses. Well, based on that thought and theory, then that's where we get into programs of study as well, to try to develop this all together. And so that's when we went to really making sure that our career clusters were being used on regular workshops for WECM, and then we'll implement that into programs of study as well. The accomplishments for last year, and this is kind of a history of what programs of study is, and that's why it's important to really understand that, is we developed a steering committee that was 7 members from across the state. And then we just started talking about what are going to be our issues, our barriers to developing programs of study. And then we got everybody, we decided we were going to have this protocol writing workshop. And we had that last year. We developed our protocols, and we're continuing to develop the protocols. The protocol manual is going to be basically a living document. You know, as we run across some barriers or some problems when we develop these programs of study, then we'll be like, oh, we need to write a protocol so that we make sure that we understand for future generations as this continues to evolve along. And so in our workshop, what we did, in fact, Larry, you were involved in the workshop, and we brought in 22 administrators from around the state of Texas to talk about the programs of study project and talk about the barriers on a grander basis and what we would need to do to develop these out. And then we wrote our protocols based on that, some of those issues, and we've continued to refine those protocols. And then, of course, communicating that out. We have a website, the Texas Career Clusters website, and we're modifying that and making revisions to it as we speak as well. Okay, these are some of the issues and barriers that came up when we did our first project last year. You know, developing the programs of study outlines. And one of the things when we talk about programs of study, you know, like I said, we had 3 of them that were developed. The energy project hasn't been gone back to and looked at. And when we talk about a program of study, we're talking about an overall curriculum, because remember, WECM is courses, and a program of study is an overall curriculum. And, well, if we're not looking at that, and the industry said these are the courses that we want to see in this curriculum, and we don't readdress that, or we don't have a cycle for readdressing that, then how do we know that we're meeting the industry needs? And so that was the issue, was we're not developing these out, and we're not going back like we do with WECM on our 4-year cycle and actually looking at those. So that was one of the issues. The need for protocols so that we can work with secondary, post-secondary as far as TEA and the coordinating board, so that we have good alignment between the two. You know, that's an important factor. Having a web template, so we have some place that we can actually input all these courses and actually make sure that we have some commonality, for lack of a better term, between all of them. The other ones that, as you go down the line there, probably the one that gets the most topic of discussion is the last one on that list, which is, and really we need to, I need to reiterate the fact that standardization, and I need to change that word, is not really what we're after here. We're looking for some commonalities and that 80-20 guideline. And when we talk about that, I just did a presentation for TWC in December, and when there was people from the field in the audience, one of the questions that came up was, well, you can't do that to my curriculum. It's my curriculum. And when we talk about programs of study in the grand scale of what we're talking about in programs of study, remember that when we talk about a WECM course, that's at a 30,000 foot level. When you get down to Larry's level, like Larry was talking about this morning, it's at the 1,000 foot or 10 foot level. It's very detailed. And with programs of study, we're talking about that very broad-based sense of, we talk with business and industry and find out what their needs are and build those courses or make revisions to build the curriculum based on what the industry needs, or make revisions to that course based on what the industry says, and then we take that to a WECM workshop and make those revisions during a workshop with instructional specialists. So there's all of that goes into it, and so consequently we get that overall commonality, so that what the overall benefit is it benefits the student. So that if a student's taking a curriculum at San Jac and they want to transfer to Tarrant County College or Del Mar, and we have a common program of study for that particular area, the student's not going to learn, or not going to be penalized for going to a different college, because then we'll have some commonality between those colleges. And that's the whole idea behind this, so that we can get that commonality. When we talk about the 80-20 guideline as well, the 80-20 guideline, we're looking at 80% of that will be very common for the particular program area, and then 20% left up to local need. That hasn't all been finalized either. We continue to talk about that in our steering committee, and as we watch this evolve, and as we start to develop our first area, that's where we're going to really find out if this is going to be our number or not. We're building on something. We're not just starting from scratch. We're building on the Texas Career Cluster model and Achieve Texas. We've had Achieve Texas involved in this process, so that we have that secondary branch, or that linkage to the secondary side. We want to make sure that we continue to do that. We look at the feedback from across the state, and we're disseminating that out to as many as we can. Presentations like this, going to TWC, presenting at TACTI, and building those benchmarks of where we're going to be at. And the other thing that we're using a lot of, and we're excited that Dwayne's going to be helping us with this, is we're looking at data. We're not just arbitrarily going in. We're looking at course frequency for what's being offered in the state of Texas, because we've got a lot of data that we use in WECM every year. And if we can use that course data to make some decisions on what a particular program of study would be, it's good for the students once again, and it can lead to efficiency in what we're doing for both WECM and for our curriculum in the state of Texas. Funding implications. This would be a similar maintenance process to what we have for WECM right now, and we're going to be definitely ramping this up in the fall of this year, and then have a lot of this in place, so that we're using the career cluster model for the summer workshops in 2015. We're doing our first workshops this year, though, and so our program director, which is Dr. Faye Murphy, has also been working diligently on getting everything pulled together for that. And with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to her. She's going to talk about 2013-14 strategics.
This is an exciting project, but it's still in the development stage. So I will talk with you next week. Our task force will be meeting, and they will be hit with a lot of research that I've been doing this last month. And so I'm not ready to share that with you, unfortunately. However, we know that we're going to develop a program of study in a career cluster, okay? Actually, it will be 3 career clusters. It will be business, marketing, and finance. All of those are under the 52 zip code. So we can pull data under the 52 and do a little sorting, and we can get down to see exactly what courses are required in the programs across the state of Texas. We want to integrate programs of study into career and technology education programs. In other words, we want to be sure that we build programs of study that colleges will want to implement so that we really can achieve this more commonality across the state of Texas. I was amazed when I went to the last WECM workshop. That was after we finished the energy project, and, you know, it was being talked about. I expected to have some people say, you're surely not going to expect this of us. That's not what I found at all. Several different groups came and said, will we get to do that? Which said to me, I'm a little more comfortable with this than I was before. The faculty members, not all of them, I'm sure, because they want their program. But many of them, I think, will find this to be comforting to know that when students transfer from school to school, there's just a little more commonality in the courses they'll be transferring. We want to align the programs of study process with the efforts of other state agencies. In other words, we want to be sure other state agencies are following what we're doing and we can work together. And we want to coordinate the programs of study with the P16 efforts. You know, that's a great big challenge right there. Okay, we have 4 goals, and I'm not going to go over these because you certainly can read them. But first of all, we need to review and update the process of existing programs of study curriculum. We have reviewed the Achieve Texas, and we have identified the courses that are no longer in the WECM, or they've been eliminated from the ACGM that we need to address. And those will be updated, and the website will reflect that. So we have finished that. We have a statewide POS development process designed to include external stakeholders, business and industry, and yes, indeed, all of those will be involved. Jeff has done a couple of presentations with large groups, and he is finding they're pretty receptive, aren't they?
One of the things that I talked about this morning with Larry, when I've been doing the presentations on this, what I'm finding out is we need to have a glossary of terms so that everybody knows what we're dealing with. Because when you start talking about curriculum, I talked about just a minute ago, you can't do that to my curriculum. Well, wait a second here. We're still talking about the 30,000-foot level here. What's happening in a particular WECM course at the 30,000-foot level, when you get down to the 1,000-foot level and you're teaching that detail in your classroom, you can tailor it differently at TSTC and Waco as in comparison to Del Mar. There's that ability to do that. You have the ability to do that with a WECM course. And that's where everybody kind of went, oh, okay, well, now that you said that, I'm good with that. You know, and they start to relax a little bit. They don't bow up so much. And so that's the feedback that I've been getting is as we continue to evolve this process and put together a glossary of terms, I think this is going to help a lot. And also getting that information out to the rest of the state.
And this goal simply says the program director will be working with a steering committee composed of representatives throughout the state. This steering committee has been quite active, as a matter of fact. We are to have our 3rd meeting next week. But again, and when you're developing a new protocol, when you're really trying to set the stage for future direction, it takes a lot of time. And so that's where we are. We're just spending a lot of time working with them. This is such an active group. We often have teleconferences, and we talk for an hour or so. I mean, I can't believe they're giving this amount of time to this project, which only says they're really supporting this project. As I said, we are going to be working on a program of study for business, and there will be 3 clusters, and I've not listed all of them, would be business, marketing, and finance. We want to identify the courses that are most frequently required in the programs in these areas across the state of Texas. Then we will take those courses and we will pull in business panels, and they will validate the outcomes to see if indeed they are what they want. The steering committee will continue to they will work with us all the way. They will review everything that we do. They will analyze, they will endorse, and they will look at the program deliverables. They will look at the barriers. What are the barriers to keep us from doing this? And hopefully, in the end, they will all be able to endorse the process. The end of the course, learning outcomes for courses selected in the business core will be organized for a review, and that will be done this spring. We will meet with the industry reps that our advisory committee help us to select, all in a room with faculty members in the background, and they'll be working together so the faculty members can hear the business reps. And if you have questions, don't hesitate to call us. But at this point, I would say we know where we're going, but we have got to review, we've got to analyze, and the advisory committee has got to endorse before we can move on, okay? I hope that if you all are invited to participate, that you will join us.
Questions?
I have one. How did you select business, marketing, and finance as the first ones?
We're actually working with the WECM workshops, and these are the courses that will be reviewed not this summer, but next summer. Okay, so that's the cycle that we have planned. We will look at the career clusters that will be reviewed in WECM the next year. If changes are needed, then you have your faculty members there to address those changes.
And that's what we'll be doing at future ones. We're starting with one area, but then we're going to be expanding out. And I talked about when we talked about WECM, how we need to go to a 4-year cycle. Well, we're just doing one this year, and then next year it's going to continue to grow. And
I will say, I think we started with a real challenge, okay? Business programs, you have a lot of business programs. They're changing very rapidly because the jobs are not quite the way they were 20 years ago. And I think that this is going to be a challenge. And I'm not saying they're going to be negative. We just don't want change. You hear what I'm saying? We'd like to know that we could have 150, or well, let's say 1,500 graduates in the state in office careers. I don't think we have that unless we're looking at certificate programs. So when you're looking at change, it's hard. And these programs have had to change. I'm amazed at how many programs have been closed. And that's one of the things we're looking at, is how many programs have been closed in this cluster.
Other questions? Yep. Other questions?
By the way, Larry, they're not all.
Yeah.
Well, we know you have a lot of work ahead of you.
Thank you.
And appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Well, it's been a long day, and I appreciate all of your participation. I want to end the day with some discussion, so just bear with me. We're almost done. One of the things I want to get taken care of first is the timing of this day-long presentation. Judy mentioned earlier that last year was in November. I thought it was December. November is correct. The challenge with that is, and speak up those of you that have new grants, is that you are starting September 1st, and that gives you 2 months. And if it's the only time that we're coming in to for a presentation like this, and I'm sure you realize that the coordinating board, we have a monitoring responsibility with federal grants. So part of what we're doing, in addition to learning about all of the grants, is it's part of our monitoring. And we have had in the past schools that have come in and not been prepared, because, and that I try to be as specific as possible in that the email I send out explaining what we'll be doing about this is a chance for you to discuss your grant with your deliverables and the progress you're making and outcomes and dissemination. So, but we have had that happen where it's been a surprise that nothing had been prepared, and I think they thought it was more like a verbal presentation that would be brief, but as you can see, it is more formal than that. So what is the best time? I do understand that this is registration in the beginning of the semester for some people, so I need feedback on, should we go back to the fall, and if so, is that enough time for the new people to get up and ramped up and going? Or is December, then it's the end of the semester? And I hate to wait too long until February, because what if you're not making progress on the grant? And it's a chance for you to realize that, a lot of work has to be done.
Just some thoughts I have. When I think back to last year, that was our first time up. And we were a bit stressed out about coming here, but we did feel like it was a more formal presentation. What we ended up doing was we had good parameters laid out for our plans. We had our learning outcomes laid out. We had a sample module. And from September to whether it was November or December, we felt like that gave us adequate time to at least show you. And I think y'all were okay with where we were at last year. Now, one thing that might help is those of us who have gone through that first year and know what it's like to get the grant in September and all, the new grantees could certainly call on us as they're trying to decide what they need to have at this initial meeting, and we might be able to tell them from our perspective what we did and what we had ready. I mean, I would be willing to talk with someone.
So partner up new grantees with experience, more long-term grants. I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Especially if you plan to do it early.
Yeah. Right.
I like the way we're doing it now because you have time to do a quarterly report and actually
that's true.
See the progress
That's true.
of where you are and maybe help you make some important decisions on the grant itself. And then like Joe, he's brand new to everything. Mm-hmm. And having this in October or November, it may not have been.
There wouldn't have been much information to share. I could tell you about where we're planning on going, but with this particular grant, where it's a class that starts in the spring, I mean, we hadn't started. I hadn't finished it, and there wouldn't have been much. I could have told you what we're going to do.
Right.
But wouldn't have had much progress to report.
Right. Yeah.
Donna, from my perspective, there's several major accomplishments we would have not had if we'd have done it in December like we did the previous 2 years. So the January date works as long as you can guarantee it's not going to snow.
Can't do that. So I'm hearing January.
I can just say this though. This first week of class is a terrible time. I mean, Darla would have come, but I was more involved in the actual grant itself, so it made sense for me to come with Matt. Mm-hmm. So we're not having as great a participation So it's just something to consider.
Okay.
A week earlier or a week later?
Oh, a week
Week later?
earlier
Later in
would have
January
been
would
a
be
nightmare. A week later, we could probably work better with.
Okay, so
Yeah,
this-
I would agree that a week later would work better.
Okay.
1 to 2 weeks later would be much better, just because you get the year started off, and you can move forward with. Because we're still trying to finalize some classes and things of that nature, and
Right.
I'm dealing with email issues because of that. A week earlier, we wouldn't be able to, because that's faculty in service.
Okay.
I have. Maybe an argument. I mean, the results are important, but you're going to get the results at some point. Maybe having the meeting in November or December helps you identify somebody who's in trouble. If you're able to see them sooner. So just a thought about the earlier meeting time.
Right. Yes. And those of you that are reviewers, definitely.
It helps us.
So I think you're right in the timing of it, that you have the quarterly report, and then if we meeting in January.
Larry and them all have had, and they got to the first review and report, and something was due and we couldn't get it, so we had to backtrack and reset our guidelines and stuff. So it helps to get through that first one.
So we could establish mentorship relationships for new projects, and we could even schedule like a conference call in November to check on the progress of the grant, and then have the meeting in late January. We do have a board meeting that's usually the last week of January, so probably like next week, yeah. Yes. 2 weeks in. Okay.
So how about a day of the week? Would Monday or would Friday good, or midweek?
Fridays are bad. Yeah, and I think all of our meetings have been on Fridays, so this works better. Yeah. Wednesday or Thursday, okay. And a part of it is based on the availability of the boardroom, and because we want this to be broadcast, it's important that we're in here because we can't broadcast from other rooms in the agency. So, okay. So now on to you, though. Are there any challenges that you all have faced in implementation that you'd like to talk about? And those of you that are new, perhaps, there's a chance for you to get some feedback and help from existing grantees. Yes.
I just had a question on statewide impact. If you could elaborate on that, on how far do we have to take that, or because I don't know if a lot of times we go back to review it to see what. Are we just talking about statewide impact within the time of the grant itself, or in the future, or?
Right. Well, you can't control the future, but all of these projects are required to have a statewide impact. So, as you can see, WECM is an inventory of courses that are used by every college in the state. For Joe's grant, to have those courses up and available for use by any other program would be statewide impact. The same thing for your grant as well. That's the reason, like I said earlier, that we have gone to having you do presentations at statewide conferences in lieu of coming in a second time.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
And I think that, like, for example, Larry's grant, interest in that has really evolved over time. It's taken a couple of years, and he's had big summer workshops with maybe 12 people. So the more that your grant can be talked about, the better that others learn about it, especially if it starts out as a small grant. And your grant, you've got you've got secondary and post-secondary. Well, you do too with your, high schools as well. So it's, the making the outcomes of this project available on a statewide basis is what we're talking about. And that's required in Perkins for leadership, that there be statewide impact. So that's what we review when we select the grants that are selected. So we're trying to help you in requiring a minimum of one presentation. But as you could see, who outlined all the presentations? Was that you, Al? Somebody. I think you did, yeah. Matt and Judy. I mean, you had, 4? And I know in the past that Texas Genuine has they've presented all over the country.
National.
Yeah. Can you want to give us an idea of where you've...
We presented at League of Innovations. We presented at NACTI. We presented... there was a lot of... Well, across the state, TACD, TESOL... regional one. Got asked. We did a ACTE, ACC or AACC regional, and so it was all over.
And of course, some grants lend themselves to that kind of more national recognition. I know I've had at a Perkins State Leader Conference, I've had someone from Minnesota ask me about Texas Genuine. I'm sorry, she asked me about the detailed work activities, and I gave her your contact information. I don't know if you've heard from her, but I know that word is starting to get out there about some of these projects, and that's expected. Now, some of them are smaller. The water irrigation, that's on a smaller level, but to get out there and let these organizations know that these are courses that you're working on, and CE courses will be in the works, those types of things. But the more you can get out there, the more people know about your projects. And of course, Larry at TACD has had really formal presentations that the Skills Standard Board representatives participate in, and really nice plaques and photos are taken. So it's a really nice way to get the word out about this type of project. But of course, as you heard earlier, he's still, it was funny because last year he had more applications than he had money for. And this year he has fewer applications and more money. So who knows there. But as far back to issues though, for any of you in implementation and anything that we can help with.
One thought I have is like Texas Counseling Association. They've been great with us having a table there and paying for advertising, but we might be able to use some help from you if you have contacts, being able to present, having a presentation accepted. Something like that would help us.
Sure, yeah. Any way we can help, if we know, if we have contacts, even at the secondary level, if we know, we work closely with the Perkins people at TEA, so let us know where we can help you. Now, nationally, that of course is a different story, but.
We tried for that one, didn't get it either.
And on our end, as we mentioned, Elizabeth has been here since Monday, right? Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I know we do have a website in addition to our coordinating board website. We also have an old website for state leadership projects that has not been updated in a while, and we've talked and asked Elizabeth for that to be one of her first projects, is to get the information, the deliverables, when it is in the form of a course, or if it's links to the Texas Genuine website, that all needs to be in one consistent place. And so she will quickly be updating that website so that it's readily available. But and the deliverables vary. I know that last year we had more of a mid-year grant. TSCC Harlingen was awarded a grant to develop competency-based certificate programs in the industrial technology, and they also worked with Waco in Hutto, yeah. And their deliverables, they sent us the syllabi, they sent us their blueprint and their rubric that they used for the side-by-side comparison of their regular course, and then the competency based, so that they were sure that they covered all of the concepts in the courses. So it's a lot of materials that we need to get onto this website. But of course it varies project by project. So that is definitely something that is a high priority for us to work on, is to get that updated. So, okay, anything else? But I can't stress enough the importance of the dissemination of the project, and let you know that we're here to help you with that. Okay. Thank you. Great meeting.
Quick question real fast.